Welcome everybody to the latest Tournament of Doom. We are back after last week's regional championships. I will use quotation marks as I am on video and you can see them. Regional championships. I am back tonight. Joining me is my co-host, Daycamp. Daycamp, why don't you go ahead and give yourself just a little introduction about who you are, why you're here, all that good stuff. I mean, self-promotion is always fun.
Yeah. My name's Daycamp or Chris. Yeah, I've been playing Pokemon since the pandemic. Really online is how I really got back into things. Been playing in the Tournament of Doom, not since the very beginning, but pretty early on. Filling in for Emmy while she's out at EUIC.
Yeah, which she didn't seem like she had a great day at EUIC, which she clawed back to like a 5-3 record or something like that. She started off not too well, but I mean, not everyone's EUIC can be 800 or whatever, 900. I don't even think we have a 900, but still. I had something else I was going to say and I completely forgot, but we have about, I think, like 200 some odd people tonight. Which is quite surprising because usually during international we don't hit these kind of numbers, which I think is a testament to online play and just how fun this format can actually be. Which I think that's actually a good way to go into our meta game. Just let me fix one thing real quick before we go there. Right, there we go. Lots of fancy new toys. I was just trying out the new new round timer we have for every round, in between every round. So I've looked quickly about what was tonight, and it's Charizard, 100% Charizard. What does that stand out to you at all, or do you think that's just what it is?
Looking at, because I pulled up here the day one from EUIC. No surprise, Charizard was number one, but 22, almost 23% at EUIC. So almost 15%, I think, makes sense for online. I'm sure some of that was, people have all the Charizard cards. So, and they've played it a lot. So it's a good, knowing your deck is always really important. So I think this kind of matches up with where I expect, especially going forward. Charizard's still on top, but not quite that over 20% like we see at EUIC.
Right. And I do, it is a European regional, which we do see. I was wondering if people were so afraid Mew VMAX was going to show up. So they probably brought the Charizard, but then again, Charizard's a good deck right now. You can't sit here and say it's not. So let's look, because there is a new build of Charizard that we're seeing this weekend that is being called Controlzard. And we saw it on stream. It was one of the last ones we saw. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I didn't see it played during the round specifically, but actually I might have, but I think they didn't really use much of the control cards. But they talked about it a lot. Azul talked about it during his interview. It really seems like there are some interesting versions of Charizard out there.
Yeah, and like if you don't know what the control version is, they're trying to do is they're trying to use Eerie as often and as much as they can. So just 1 second. We were just having an issue. We might have had a glitch. I at least want to see the thing. But you're trying to use Eerie over and over using the Regieleki. Regieleki comes in, you use the Regieleki, it goes over and over and over. And also for everyone who may be in any of the chats, we are on a 30-second delay. We're trying it again this week. It works really well during the regional. And we want to hopefully be able to, I want to maybe kind of think it. So What is there any other decks you're seeing coming through? I'm just trying to look at these, make sure anyone's using that list.
Yeah. Looking at the Charizard cards, I might be missing it, but I do see somebody's playing the Ursa Luna in Charizard.
That's interesting.
Don't know which one it is. Which is doing a very, like, it's definitely probably just a harder version. And then another interesting card that's come into Charizard, I feel like I saw the non-Control Zard players using was Cleffa.
Yes. Oh, sorry. This is popping up. An attachment. This is for a judge call. Trying to get the game log. Because there is a bajillion lines to the game log that we're looking at. But yeah, like I'm also looking at there's someone using Pelipper. Like that is insane.
Yeah. Supporter from the discard or the deck. I can see it, but it's a one-time use. Let's see. We have a 2-0 with the Cleffa in it.
There's a 2-0 with the Cleffa. Which what player is that? So I can go ahead and look at that.
That was Saint.
See, sorry, I'm looking. There we go. Which the Cleffa is, some people are liking it as an alternative to the Rotom. Go Bowling Addict just said it.
Ooh, that'll make it easy because we can go to. So Sifetcg SIFETCG has the 1-1 or 101 Teddy Ursa Luna, and they're now 1-1.
Download message. Why? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying. We have there is this might actually become confirmation of there is a bug where your opponent, if their active has Leafy Camo Poncho on it, it will bring up the bench Pokemon, but not put that Pokemon on the bench. So I'm looking. Snipe post is Ivan. Bosses played Bosses orders, but it doesn't say it brought anything up. Huh. Does anyone know if you could check how many? Okay, I know actually. Wait, find. Well, that is so weird. This is so weird. If anybody else wants to check the log, it is in my Discord under judge calls. Like I'm looking at how many prizes the guy did. Can no longer use V-Star. Does this thing. Card was added. Card was added. That's 2. I post. Ivan Pie prize. Ivan prize. This is so weird. Yeah, this is so weird. All right, so I guess this becomes the question that even chat can answer here. I can confirm the guy bossed, but I can't confirm what he bossed up. Other than that the Dialga V-Star didn't remove. And everything else to the log says it should be right. You okay there, Dick Camp? We're getting a lot of static coming through.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. That. Let me adjust my volume here.
No worries. Let me double check. One more thing, make sure the Zamazenta is on the bench. Oh my god, this is difficult. It's okay. Now on the active, 3 card, Ivan Pies, out, attached. Yeah.
So they were going against a Dialga deck, or was it Dialga?
It was 2 Dialga decks against each other. I'll even load up their list real quick. One had Leafy Camo Poncho on it. So this one here had Leafy Camo Poncho on it. Leafy Camo Poncho says, prevent all effects of that card done to this Pokemon or Pokemon VMAX this card is attached to. Technically, when you're using boss, you are not using the effect on it. What it is on the other Pokemon, and then that's what's being switched out. You're bringing up the other Pokemon up. The issue is it didn't switch the Pokemon out. What I'm going to do in the future tournaments is I'm going to ban Leafy Camo Poncho until this is fixed.
Yeah, I also wonder if it's something with just Dialga interactions. I've been playing some Dialga on the ladder, and I had issues with Super Rod. It'll stop. It like won't let you get like certain energy cards sometimes, or the Dialga V just doesn't show up as an option. And so I haven't had that with any other deck playing Super Rod, and it's happened to me, I think, just twice now. So I do wonder if something with Dialga could be, causing part of the issue.
Right. So it's not even just Dialga. Part of it is the Leafy Camo Poncho, and I can confirm this because I've played against Arceus, and I've had that issue.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's an interesting one. I think what we're going to do in future is I'm going to ban the Leafy Camo Poncho.
Yeah. As we are just bringing up Dialga, let's see, what is it? That it didn't make even the best of the rest day one graphic, because it did feel like, it's a fun deck. So it makes sense that it got on stream, but I feel like it got talked about quite a bit, both on stream and getting featured more than once, for a deck not even in the top 12 decks.
Yeah.
It seems like I'll be interested to see how many converted, but it seems like at least a handful.
We're getting like a handful of everything converting, which is always good. Always something you want. All right, I think we're about set to get on to round 3 and start getting some games in. So let me go ahead and reset the clock here to minutes of that, and then we'll get going. I'm just making sure the one tie doesn't have any issues. always checking that, always making sure. I think we should be fine. And I do think I'm thinking now, I'm going to ban Leafy Camo Poncho here in the future just because this bug is so bad. Also, Go Bowling Addict, thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
they've had
reminiscent of Gift Energy when that first came out, and then eventually ETCGO as a game banned it, but for a little while their Gift Energy had to be banned.
Yep.
For not working as well.
For our first game tonight, we got Blazy, Jam, and Mysterious Player already streaming. So we do have a couple players already streaming. Jam is playing Fidget Control. No. He's playing the new Charizard version. I would actually give this a chance. You up for that, Day Camp? I'm going to actually take us down there. Okay, make sure we get this, and we'll see who they're up against. As I've got some new fancy stuff here. Jam 0828, and they are up against, hopefully not at auto win. So we have something going. Lick my C-Dots. Oh my god, I might have to change someone's name. Go Bowling.
Nice.
There we go. Got that. So once everything gets going, once they get playing, we will have them on and we will see how this goes, because I do believe this is, well, I don't care if it's the EUIC deck. I just want it in there. And again, we are on a 30-second delay, so everyone knows. Also, I will talk over the bug real quick again. The bug is if you have a V-Star in the active with Leafy Camo Poncho and you use boss's orders on another Pokemon, all it does is move that new Pokemon there, but does not move the V-Star to the bench. Go Bowling, yes, please. If you can close stream, and Jam knows too. Or at least mute us and put it away. All right. So, you were talking a little bit about control this morning in the Discord, right?
Yeah.
So, how much control have you played, actually? Like personally, I only play control so I can kind of learn is what they're doing, and it gives me the chance to go ahead and, you know, okay, this is what it's trying to do against me. So what do I do?
I don't remember. Somebody online, I think, kind of did a Pidgeot version, and I was like, okay, that looks a little more interesting. It was just, you know, such a different deck because I hadn't played any control. I mean, I guess there was Mewtwo v Union, but I mean, since I've been playing, there hasn't really been a great control deck. And so that just kept getting more and more fun. And then the list that won Brazil was a really, I think, well-made and refined Pidgeot control list. So I ended up playing that to Vancouver. Unfortunately, went 4-4-1 with it. The matchups just weren't in my favor. Hit 3 Tinas and a Miraidon with Spiritomb, which are the 2 worst possible things to hit. but I think I've got a decent understanding, and I think it's actually, I mean, playing against control is sometimes the worst, but playing control, like you kind of mentioned, like it teaches you what the deck's trying to do, um, and just makes your brain think a little bit different. You're thinking, okay, how does each individual card help me? Because cards can get so specific and more one-ofs than normal. So you really have to think about how each card can help you. So yeah, I've really enjoyed the Pidgeot control.
Which I personally don't play a lot of control, like I said, outside of when I'm going through and just being like I just want to go. What's word? Just learn how they want to beat me, so I can beat them.
Yep.
Okay, just
Yeah,
gonna
and
have
that's I think a really important thing is if controls get decks are popular, you I mean just going through and looking at some of the cards they're playing, because I mean, for like we saw in when Japan with the Ursa Luna control, everyone had to go, pretty much everyone had to go and read that card to figure out what it did. So control finds cards that aren't necessarily very meta until they are in the deck. And so it's a great way to just learn about cards and figure out, because yeah, if you don't know how to beat control in a format where a control deck is even slightly popular, you're gonna have a bad time.
exactly. And there's plenty of ways of learning how to beat control. Like I do miss, this is one of the things, some people are going to hate me for saying this. I do miss ADP because it has such a good control matchup. Because it would just go and you just like, hey, I can take 2 prizes off everything. You're not stopping me. I'm hitting it extra hard. And then on top of it, it had its own anti-control thing with the monkey. I love the monkey. The monkey was the best.
Yeah. And especially now, looking at some of the new cards coming out soon, if you are very anti-control, the next format or two is only seemingly going to get worse for you.
We're seeing, at least on this control matchup, he has the ability to use an attacker. When he's going into the Mimikyu here, kind of sneeze. I wish I had a cough button. To either slightly delay or hopefully be able to completely ignore what they're doing. But if they do play a Giratina in their list, they get shred. And this Mimikyu's gone. 100%. So it'll be interesting to see. I do need to see the list. We're going to see a KO here with the boss's orders. So let's look at this list a little bit better. What is this Regidrago list? What does he?
Yeah.
I am not seeing anything that gives them an out to the Mimic outside of the baby dragons.
Yeah. Because your shred attacker in the past was Duraludon. And since that has sadly rotated away.
My beautiful building.
I loved Duraludon.
It was one of my favorite decks to play. Even when it was slow, like attached per turn before we had the Arceus, still one of my favorites. I will sit here and I'm like, I love Dragapult. Ooh, good Eerie. Very good.
Jeez.
I love Dragapult. And so with them coming back, but as a stage 2, it'll be interesting to see. And plus, stage 1 is not bad at all. I think the stage 1 is going to be a very popular one, like the Pidgeotto was. like some decks are just won't run it anyways because it's a free draw one and or essentially draw two, put one back, and you get to keep the one you want.
Yep. And that goes, it's not a shuffle back, it's a to the bottom of the deck, so it's really, digging two, gaining one card for nothing. So
that if you didn't play during the Pidgeotto times, which was 2020, early COVID, especially with control, it was very effective and you could set it up pretty easily. And I don't think this Dragapult though, I'm double checking. If I remember right, Buddy Poffin can't find it, so that won't happen because I believe it straight up says basic. Yeah, basic. Just always remember that. I don't think the Dracloak is able to get it anyways, but it's still worth always seeing.
Yeah. And another interesting just thought here with Regidrago. What is the energy cost on the new Dragapult? I'm guessing Psychic.
Psychic Fighting is actually a straight Dragon type now. And it's even Terra typed too. So it's not just...
I guess that doesn't... If it was Psychic Grass, that would actually probably... You could throw something together with Regidrago and Dragapult, but if it's two very different energy types, not going to work as well.
We also have all that new Festival Fever, Festival Plaza Stadium ones. Like, if Festival Plaza is in play, this Pokemon can use attack twice in a row, which is 10 damage, but discard an energy. So you essentially get 2 Crushing Hammers every turn.
Yeah. I did note, or I'll note for everyone, Twan said...
It has to be that attack. You can't go away and do the attack again. Or use another once attack.
Yeah. Twan noted that on his thing. It's really sad that you couldn't Crisis Punch twice.
Oh wow.
Yeah. If you could, I think that deck could have had a chance, but I think much less of one, even though like the Thwackey has a really good ability.
Yeah, the Thwackey, you can grab any card you want. It's essentially Pidgeot, but it needs help.
Because it almost feels like a Mad Party. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a really fun kind of Mad Party style, but ability based. So I like the direction of it. I just don't think it's quite good enough to stand alone.
So here's an interesting thing that just showed up. Jam just pointed out that Go Bowling has used 3 switch cards. So again, talking about chat and knowing what your outs are. He got rid of the Prime Catcher. He got rid of all the other. There's no switches left. He's going to bring up that Greninja, and he's just going to attack pass over and over and over. There's no way for that Greninja to get out of that active now.
Yeah, and we saw the EUIC take away the Prime Catcher. So as long as they don't just pass without attacking, that's going to be the game.
Yeah, this should be. And this is where like the strength of control is. And a lot of people are liking Pidgeot better than the straight 4 Snorlax. Because we get one more card closer there to finish in the game here. So, if anything, I don't know if the Arceus, the Regidrago deck was fully set up. One of the things you can do, especially if you know your opponent's not playing something like Erica's Invitation, you can set up and just be like, there. I've got my Pokemon out. I've tossed the rest of the discard. There's no Echoing Horn anymore. That's gone. A lot of people don't realize that. Echoing Horn's gone. You're at the point now you can bring back start tossing Pokemon back into your discard pile again safely. But you can't hold on to your items anymore.
Yeah, because there is the Mantine that'll bring Pokemon from the discard, but it is an attack. So it's just a little easier for you to prepare for. And that's, something that you can either have your bench ready or collapse stadium. So yeah, not nearly as strong as just an item. This situation is also why I really liked the Pidgeot control over Snorlax, because you could play Mawile in Snorlax, but a lot weren't. And Mawile is just a stronger than the block Snorlax is.
Have you watched on Vancouver Regionals Finals? Spiritomb is a Pokemon that's a lot in play right now. And on top of that, the straight Snorlax depends on Rotom for its drawing. When you could get 4 cards a turn, you essentially go in with 4 cards, and then more and more and more. What more can you ask for? But if you can't get that, and if you watch the Vancouver Regionals Finals, he had like nothing in hand. And it was just bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what happened to me round 1. Miraidon got it out. Turn 1, both games. And so then it was just even the Pidgeot version. If you can't use Rotom early, it just gets really difficult. And this is a perfect example. We saw the boss to bring up the Mimikyu, but because Tempting Trap is an effect on the Greninja, not an ability on the Mawile, they still can't retreat, and so the lock is stuck. And now we'll be able to just see one more Tempting Trap, or we could even see a Penny and Chi-Yu to finish things off.
Which Chi-Yu was something I was trying out a little bit in normal Charizard. And it was kind of funny. It had its times when like you'd play against the deck that was like overextended itself and was like super close. Lost Zontina, and you could win that way, but that didn't happen all the time. So there we go. As we see control come in, this is control Charizard with the Pidgeot. So this wasn't just a straight control. This was actually slightly different, which like, okay, slight difference, whatever. But it was, and this is the list. And we're starting to see Charizard just be in these control decks because they want to attack, and they have all the options to attack with Charizard EX and do more damage than they ever did with the Radiant Charizard. You're already using rare candies. You're already using everything else. Might as well bring out the big hitter. Which also,
I think that's just a better version of Radiant Charizard for attacking wise. That only gets stronger as you can, get rid of resources. It's just a really much more dangerous version of control.
So this is one of the new cards you're starting to see in control as well, and that is Cloth EX. You may be going, oh, okay, what's what makes this Cloth so special? It has, sorry, I am trying to adjust the screen of a few things. Its ability makes it very, very dangerous to certain decks. Anything that wants to keep energy up. Oh wait, we had a judge call and now we don't. Okay.
So just responding to some of the chats. Fat Cats, I think Pidgeot control is now the better version. With Path to the Peak gone, once you get Pidgeot online, it's fine the rest of the game. And I think it just gives you more room to work around the meta. Snorlax, block Snorlax will always be more consistent. But the Pidgeot overall has the much higher ceiling.
Exactly. Grabbing any card you want is extremely good thing. Never ever think it's not. And I gotta sneeze again. Wait, no. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Jam, I don't know if you saw any of EUIC, but different Charizard lists, they weren't too close to yours. Or they were, I guess depends. We'll have to see some of the deck lists. That might not have all gone as, total control as yours is. But lots of lists are adding more control elements to help their control matchups. So the idea of Charizard Pidgeot control seems to be something lots of people have thought of, but yours is definitely more control focused than I think a lot of the EUIC ones will be.
And then on top of the Japanese ones I've seen, they're more, hey, here's Charizard. I'm going to let you do all these things. I'm going to control the tempo of the game until you get down to 2 prizes. Well, let's take this. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to come in, and you're not going to be able to stop me.
Yeah.
So different takes, but that's also why I wanted to put it on anyways, because it was a different take, and that's what I like to see. I like to see the different takes of decks. Like, look at here. We do have an Arceus Vulpix 3-0 right now. Let's see what they've played against. Lost Zone, okay. And Powback Excalibur usually doesn't have it out to it outside of whatever it's called. Iron Hands, if they play Iron Hands. But a lot of times this deck, this one will play Lost City there it is. Lost City just for the Iron Hands, and then Chimpow's a free win.
Yeah, and they have the medical energy, so you slap that on the Vulpix, and it heals 30 damage. That actually makes it a 3-shot rather than a 2-shot for the Iron Hands.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we both also listened to the Uncommon Energy podcast this weekend. Yeah. That's where I heard about this one too. I was like, oh yeah, that all makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm sure a decent amount of people are going into their, bulk or just less used playables to see if they kept some medical energies around. I think we could probably go find the set it came out with and just hear people say, yeah, this will probably never see play.
5 cents. You can go get it for 5 cents right now. The heart, I don't even think the Vulpix is that much. Why is 197 so much? Oh, it's the rainbow. But again, even then, $2.03. So it's an interesting deck list. It has some favorable matchups, anything that's really ability heavy. And I would assume it has some hard matchups. Like, actually, would it have a good control matchup? Considering the only thing that can get stuck there is the Radiant Greninja, but you play so much water basic energy, you can still attack with it.
Yeah, and so yeah, you could easily punch once with the Greninja at least. You have 2 Turos to get rid of it right away. The Vulpix probably also does pretty well into the attacking versions, the Pidgeots, because of that Snow Mirage, extra all that paragraph of text. So yeah, I think it probably has a pretty solid matchup. And 2 Lock Cities, 2 Switch, 2 Vacuums. It really has answers. And the 2 Vacuums are great as well. I think everyone knows Vacuum is a powerful card right now. But but especially against control matchups where, oh, you have a spare Arceus in your hand, just vacuum it away and it's as perfectly safe.
I'm actually thinking we'll see if we can get this deck on depending on the matchup next round. Like if it's Charizard, like looking at this matches, like if you go up against Charizard, Chimpao, it's just going to win. Popular Kings, we are on a 30-second delay, so sorry if this seems late. The medical energy is you slap it on there after Iron Hands takes a shot at you in the Chin Pao matchup, and then it makes it into a 3-shot and not a 2-shot. Because they usually don't play enough lightning energy to be able to use arm press. They have to use Ampu very much. Like even Lugia seems could be a little difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they beat, because if in Pao, jeez, dog's barking, but because they can Cincino,
yeah,
pretty easily. But if you take out their Archeops,
you either take out their Archeops or you take out their Minchinos aggressively.
Yeah, especially with the Greninja. You could potentially say, well, no, there's not really.
I would think
I don't know how you would set Greninja too well, but
this is your only fear. So if you're playing, if you get the thing set up, they're not playing anything that can switch it out. So if you're able to use like your Starburst on boss's orders and just get the Minchinos up beforehand, I think you'd be fine because you can even lost zone them. Maybe they get a shot off on you and then you can get rid of the next one. Like if you have 2 set up, like there's a way around it and they could definitely win. Considering everything else in this list outside of the Lugia V also can't attack once you start attacking. Not even the Luxray.
Yeah. So I think that's probably, you're wanting to take out the Cincino or the Minchinos as early as possible with your Arceus, and then so that way they just have nothing that can one-shot your Vulpix afterwards.
That's what you're looking for. Plus, again, like I said, you also go after the Archeops, really make them have to use energy. They might try to hit you with the reversal energy. I know that's a popular one going on right now. We'll have to see. It will be interesting. That's why I want to see who they match up with first before we make a decision to see if we want to stream it. Because if it's like Charizard, and the Charizard has no outs to it, they set up that's game. This like at least the Dragos, which was an interesting deck, and Go Bowling we didn't get talk too much about. They function. They did everything that deck normally wants to do. It's just they ran out, controlled what it wants to do, run them out of resources, hit them with the Aries, get it so they can't get that Greninja out of it, or get rid of their baby Regidrago, so Mimikyu could do its job. So that I'm not saying it's a bad matchup for it, because having 4 switch outs and playing ways of taking massive one-hit KOs, they had outs, 100%. It's just Doom International Championship. Maybe. No, it's just the DIC, the dick. I'm sorry, I'm going to be childish tonight.
Yeah, I think that Regidrago list, it ran well, but just couldn't quite finish. And that's kind of Regidrago's problem overall, is getting, to that like potential third attacker fully powered up, especially when it has to be a specific one like the baby Drago. I also want to point out there's Program 33 with Gudra.
That's exactly what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, Klefkis, Crushing Hammers,
Pokemon League headquarters. evolutionary. What is this? Heck, I want to watch. That's what it is.
Yeah, and it's got the turbo energize to sit with Klefki and spam a couple turbo energizes to Gudra.
Marnie's Pride.
Attach an energy to the discard to one of your bench. Yeah.
Yeah. Mist energy to prevent the KOs from Giratina.
And then we have the maximum belt.
So then we
will push it to be able to hit all those like future box Pokemon.
One hit KO Iron Hands. One hit KO all the future box Pokemon actually. Which is funny, like I've played against I've played it a lot against Future Box on the ladder lately with Charizard. I'm playing Charizard, and then I'm also playing Baby Moon EX Moon with the Dun Sparse. Love that deck. So much fun. Against Future Box, if I get like a big Charizard setup and they don't play Virizion, I just win. It's like, yep, I'm set up. Boom, 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 boom. They took like 4 prizes. I'm not stopping anything. Not stopping me at all. Now, if they play Virizion, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Don't press the things so many times.
I do think that it seems just from hearing, again, watching some of the EUIC stream, that lots of lists that I think we thought Max Belt could go into, many still just opt for that Prime Catcher, which I think is just a testament to how good that card is, because, Max Belt is a pretty darn strong card in its own right, especially into a lot of popular things in the meta right now. But just being able to gust on an item is so strong.
Extensively. Oh god. I got some people complaining. Let's make sure. I always love Mysterious Player in the Discord.
Yeah.
Everyone's cheating because he lost today. So, we have 2 things going on right now. And I always try to be transparent with that. One, we have someone claims they won at time. And what I'm asking for now, even at time, is for the game log and victory screenshot. I can tell a lot off of that.
Yep.
Because like if a person is claiming their opponent is slow playing, which I will also update the standings so we can even look at more stuff. I can see how many turns they took. And be able to see. Okay. What's up? And the reason why I like the game log is that there is stuff like timing on that. Like it will show certain things. Like I'm looking at it right now. It'll show how many actions and other stuff just to make sure. So I can even guesstimate based off that.
Yep.
So what it does is then I can see things and do everything else. I have to download it. It'll be a moment. Okay, boop, 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 boop. It'll tell me if someone conceded or if they did more. All prize cards taken. 13 turns. No slow play here. That one's fine. I'm going to give that.
Yeah, it is very nice to be able to have game logs, which obviously can't give you the entire picture, but it gives you enough to be able to make certain decisions.
Yeah, like looking at it, seeing by time, about when they said things, how fast they're moving, what they were doing. That gave me everything I needed. So all I'm trying to do is make sure of stuff. Like I've had to use game logs so many times tonight. All right. Who's your card? Balls. Guardian's Negate. Do. You for 180 damage. Counter catcher. Return. So loses. Darvin. That's technical machine. Okay. That definitely looks like from it slow play. I have a confirmation of a win on that from the decking out. So always fun. Okay. I'm just doing one more. I am so sorry, chat.
Yeah. While we're waiting for you, we can just taking a look at some of those top decks. We've talked about the Arceus Vulpix.
Look at the new Gardevoir. Gardevoir's still around.
Yeah. I am gonna admit right now, I was pretty wrong so far about how I thought. I thought Gardevoir was gonna flop. I really thought something like Raging Bolt was gonna end up higher placed at EUIC than a Gardevoir, and I think at least like two of the people who are at the top of the standings after day one are playing Gardevoir. And you know, that makes me wonder if people aren't playing Lost Vacuum, or if they're being, I'm sure they're pretty smart about it. You know, Klefki, it'll be very interesting to see the deck list coming out of EUIC. Because if they are playing something like the Mimikyu and the Klefki, as we see in this Gardevoir list, and even the league headquarters, like lots of things to just give other decks trouble. And really, I feel like the theme so far of this meta has been control elements in every deck.
Yeah, and control elements are going to be popular, and it's what's going to be. We've cleared up the judge request. We're going to get things going. Just took a little bit of time. I just had to make sure. One of the biggest things is if you're slow playing, please don't admit to slow playing in the chat. Oh no.
Yeah. Just some general life advice. If you commit a crime, never admit that you committed the crime.
And also for on day, everyone asking about day camps, Mike, we have been trying. I've tried a couple different fixes for it. Not exactly sure what's going on, so we can live with it. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it might be also the internet where I'm at tonight is having a little bit of slower than my usual internet. So I don't know if that's also causing some issues.
Do you remember the player? Oh, there it is. There's the player. Just trying to make sure to find the player. We wanted to see the RCS Vulpix. They are playing against. Oh, they're playing Charizard. Never mind. Program 33. That's the next player. We'll see that tries to get the Goodra in. Because that is our next matchup that we would like to see.
Yeah, Stellar, that flute coming out next set is absolutely nuts.
I always love when two friends play and they instantly want to ID. They're like, no, I don't want to hurt my friend. Yeah, we're trying to get the Goodra. So we want to get the Goodra. This is an interesting Goodra. I've asked them if they're able to. We'll find out if they're able to here shortly. They're not up against Blazy. I've asked. I haven't gotten a response from either player. What is Blazy playing? Just so we have a backup game. Lugia, and he's up against Charizard. So, I mean, that's a meta-relevant game, so that's something we can definitely watch. I just want to see if Program 33 or Thiago Oliveira, I think it is. Aw. Program says he's not able to.
And
I'll ask if Thiago can. If they can't, we'll go watch Blazy. So I'll go set us up there anyways. Just so we're ready. We'll get Blazy on. We'll watch what could be called, what would you call this? Like, this is the meta match right now. This is like what you're probably going to see most of outside Chin Pao, which he's playing up against. Actually, Saint. Didn't Saint have the Cleffa? Yeah.
yes.
So this could be a good one. All right. Let me make sure everything's set up.
Stellar mentioned in the comments what the flute does. It's look at the opponent's top 5 cards and bench not just a basic, but it's any number of basics.
So it's not just the one. It's anything
Yeah, so
you
you
find.
could just fill your opponent's bench straight off the bat.
Which, here we go, as we're seeing the matchup as Saint has started the Luminion and at least a baby Charizard. Now, here comes Blazy, which Blazy's got double capture and Aroma. So we want to see some tails here. And we see a heads. Which, I mean, or actually, you know what? You can do double heads, get the Archeops, whiff them away, and get your Lugia out. I mean, it's not horrible here. I mean,
Yeah,
you
and then I think, yeah, you chuck. I think you still chuck one of the
gift energies on there.
One
or?
of the Archeops. So I think because there's not like Lugia can't get KO'd here.
Yeah, I was like kind of like do jet energy and read the wind.
That's what I think might have been the cleaner play. They're just doing some prize checking. We haven't played our supporter, so we could research the hand away that is losing a Lugia V-Star.
All right, so we got the Snorlax, we got an Armanchino, and we know the Lugia safe. We'll see what goes on from here.
Yeah. I think both ways of getting the double chops works. I do think if you had done Read the Wind, you would have been able to hold the research for next turn.
Which holding the research for next turn isn't bad, but we also see they got the Jock, which some people have called, and I don't blame them, have called the poor man's Professor Burnett's. Now the fact that they grabbed here I always call it Mighty Belt. It's not Mighty Belt. It's Maximum Belt. Maximum Belt there allows them to hit harder on EXs, but this deck plays no EXs. This thing's still rolling old school. Is one way to.
Yeah. So we're just going to go ahead and go right into the Jacques.
We are.
I think because our bench is going to be full, again, I wouldn't have hated to see Capturing Aroma or Great Ball used there.
We're going to see the Lugia come up, which I think is actually the right play here.
Yeah.
Don't. Oh, I was like, no, wait. The mass fine. I'm like, don't put it on the double turbo. No. The mass fine. I haven't played Lugia in so long. I forgot how much damage it does. It does a lot. Oh, that's weird. We had someone who was 2-1 show up.
Interesting.
Like, I don't want to drop them, but they didn't show up.
Yeah, that's maybe wait till next round.
I'm going to go check it out. Yeah, no idea.
You see the spreading of the energies on the little chinchillas. I think you evolved the gift energy one. Because if they do try and take it down, that's, extra cards. But I don't think this Charmander is in a great spot to respond as is right now. Erie takes away Ultra Ball, which really isn't
a big
issue.
Okay, I was saying here, like, why would they counter catcher up the Snorlax? Like, the Snorlax is still attacking. I would have probably brought up the Archeops, force them to use an Archeops.
Yeah.
Oh, I do not agree with this Iono, though.
Yeah, their hand is so dead that I think I get what they wanted to do, but I think just attach a double turbo and one energy to just attack with Snorlax, because really all you accomplished there was giving them 6 cards after they had clearly nothing going.
Exactly. They had nothing going. Now you're like, at least with the attack, your opponent. Hey, easy cats. Going from there. I didn't even put stream round 1. But yeah, now see, look, they're getting set up. They have the opportunity to get set up now. Devo again doesn't do anything. You don't lose the Archeops. Okay, they're just checking it. For the Pidgeots. I hate to say this, and this is a Charizard player who likes the Charizard deck. I think they're just too far behind now to effectively win the game. Unless that's a boss's orders in that the 2-card hand with the Charizard, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Charmeleon. Or alternatively, you're praying that they hit double tails again, or one tails, one heads. So it's like, what more do you want?
Yeah, I think when we get the double heads, because we're built, Lugia is just built like that.
100%.
So this one's, yeah, you're just gonna knock them out. You could have bossed, the Charmeleon just to make life even harder for them. And another double heads, because why not?
Yeah, they're built that way.
But they're not going to go down with not taking a single prize card, as the Zard will get a KO here. Also, Hazy Cats.
What did Hazy Cats play?
Stream the new, I don't know, but new Hazy Cats deck out here.
I mean, they've lost horse. I mean, I'm sad they've lost horse. I loved watching Hazy Cats play horse. It was some of the best. So give me one more moment here. I'm trying. Okay, this is something. Don't tell your opponent to concede.
Yeah.
Dude.
They're one of those things where you're breaking the rules. Don't do it. Don't write it down. And in online tournaments, you have to write. So
what they said, all they said is, are you going to concede? The other person called, said, oh wow, that we say Charizard was going to not come back from this. I'll actually pop up the Lugia list here. I'm going to give a warning to the player, right? We saw in the matchup, Arceus Vulpix gets a lock. Most of them can't get. There's nothing we can do there. But he didn't swear him out. He didn't sit there, pressure him over and over. He said it once. I'm warning him. And if he says something like it again, like he gets the lock again, I'm going to say, I'm sorry that you're kicked from this tournament. That's just how it will be. So that's why I'm just explaining what my thought process was behind that. Nothing against the deck. Just don't tell your opponents to concede. It's like, it's rude for one thing. Yeah, Blazy, they just never set up. He didn't, like, at least he didn't say, like, what, pardon my French here in a moment. Why aren't you fucking conceding or something like that, right? None of that. So at least I can sit here and be like, okay, that was rude. You get a warning. We're going to move on. But if you say it again, like you keep trying to like tell your opponents concede, I will DQ you, because just for the tournament, I'm not going to ban you. That's not a ban-worthy thing. It's just like, dude, just stop it. So that's all I wanted to just bring up and make sure people know. Don't ask your opponent to concede. Don't sit there and be like, I have game, you can't do anything. Your opponents are allowed to play it out as long as they're playing in a timely fashion. They can't sit there and take 15 seconds per turn. Oh, hell no. I will call slow play on that. Then I will be like, you have left the harbor of my good graces. You are gone. I am going to. You are not getting that. You have lost it. But that's the thing. Well, not everyone can see the chat. Like, I can't. The hard thing is with mobile, and I wish there was a way it was easier for mobile people to see between the two, but it's just what it is. We've had people. I will take that. I will always take that into account with people. Like, are you on mobile? Can you see what's going on? Like, if we're asking for something, and we just make sure of that. What's up, Saints? Yeah, I thought the Luminion start, and I figured the stone was priced after you grabbed the maximum melt, which I just ordered that, and now part of me is also like, damn it, I need to get cape, and I need to get the prime catcher, which the prime catcher is still like 30 some odd bucks. Actually, how much do you think the?
Yeah, I was actually at one of the local stores here and picking up an order of cards and. Jokingly is like, well, unless you have prime catchers, and then just somebody in the store is like, oh, I've got an extra, I'll sell it to you. And so, I had to pay more than, a single card feels like it should cost even, but
that's what cards will
still,
do.
Worked out that I got my catcher, so.
Like what? Like, look at this guy. Pyro sells cards 0%. He says he has 5 of them for $22 plus shipping. You also have to watch out like this. He says, like, with photo, right? 0% history. It's like, okay. I think I ordered from this person once. Oh, they've never sold before. Newly launched. Okay. So that's fine. I'm like 0%. That's not good. Yeah, Prime Catcher's probably going to keep dropping after this weekend. That's why I went and bought Maximum Belt as soon as I could. Newly launched. Okay, that's fair. That's fair if there's 0% newly launched. You just got to watch it because some people are just really bad. Even then, you got to watch out for like this. The Japanese ones that slip through. At least they mark them. Yep. Some people will try to say, like, it was marked. But yeah, you see right here.
Yeah.
Whoa. Crash. Actually, what's maximum belt at? I almost wonder if that's going to see an increase today.
I pulled 2 of the Neo Upper Energy, no big deal. So
yeah, I've bought 6 packs. That's all I've opened, and the only prime I opened was Neo, the Neo Energy. I got like multiple Dun Sparses and some other stuff. I was like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, luckily, a store bought it, and it was still like pre-release prices. So even them buying it at like they're like at not a good rate, I still got like $4 to $5, I think, for it, which is just a steal.
And Chinchinos are down to like 3 cents. And don't we actually have some of the lists from day 2? Let me see if PokeStats has it up. I remember like they said they had some of the day 2 lists coming through. So let me find out. PokeStats.live. No, that's not it. It's just PokeStats now. I forgot PokeStats.live is gone. It's just PTCGstats.com. Which we have a bunch of the day 2 players. We know like Calvin Connor's on the Charizard train. Azul's on the Giratina. Dialga and Matang is there. Ancient Box is making a good roll. We got some Lugias, a lot of question marks still, but I mean, that's what it is. Piper's on Gardevoir. I played her first round in Vancouver. Wonkiest Gardevoir games ever. We both prized double Gardevoirs in one game apiece, and then it came down to whoever evolved first. It was weird. And they ended up winning because they evolved first.
It's also wild that there's 275 players in day 2, so even just making day 2 doesn't guarantee you top 256.
Right, but even if you make like top 512, you still get like the same amount of points as some of the other major events.
Yeah, I still think I think 512 is still like 60 points.
And if you play my events, you get 0 championship points, but you know what you get? You get a thumbs up from Doom every week.
You get something to put on your accomplishments when they put you on stream IRL. You can say champion of Doom or top 8 tournament of Doom.
Like Lucas, the one who just won the regional local of mine, he's won like Oceania. He's won regionals. He's won a whole bunch of tournaments. The kid's amazing. Amazing player. He needs to put that. What's up, everyone coming in from Sparkle's stream? I am Senior Doom tournament organizer and pretty decent Pokemon player. Joining me tonight is Day Camp, and we are on a 30-second delay. So I'm going to say in chat, welcome Raiders, and it will probably show up a little bit late. We are currently coming into round 5 of the Tournament of Doom in my weekly Friday series. Lots of spins. Okay. We're just looking at some of the decks that we're seeing played, including a couple Pidgeot controls. Dialga Mitang doing his thing. Like, I need to play this deck. This deck actually might be cheap together. So
yeah, and it's fun. It's, you know, again, one of those where it's, you got to draw the right cards. But it is just so fun. Hitting and missing feels better than off of like Magnezone or electric generators.
Which, putting this deck together, actually, I think it's actually, I thought it was hoping to be inexpensive, but it's probably gone up. Because like the promo version is even $10. Now it makes me want to go out, and I found 2 of the promo versions today. And I'm like, man, I kind of want to, I should buy these. Now I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, maybe I should. Because it did bottom out for a while there at 234. And yeah, it's been bought up.
Yeah. I will say I do like and I had started when I had done some testing of this deck. Not for just, again, more for playing for fun, because I don't have any major events coming up. I actually don't like the Zacian or Zamazenta in the deck. I think it's really not worth it, and just playing the new Metagross has felt better by a lot.
I mean, Zamazenta's got to at some point be a good card, right? Also, I owe a shout out to Sparkle. Go ahead and go give him a follow. I'm going to give him a follow. I haven't watched before, but you know what? I need to. I am going to. I'm always going. Anybody who raids me is cool in my book. And I will go and find you if I have never watched you before for whatever reason. I try to watch as many people as I can, or even just turn them on in the background. It just helps out.
Yeah.
It helps out with the whole streaming community. And even if you're not able to, like,
some good.
Even if
they've got some good emojis as in chat. Well,
I mean, the spin crazy, that makes me like extremely happy. I love crazy emotes like that. I'm even looking at some of them. The Scream is amazing. The app. No, I'm always all for the White Cocos. I'm trying to work on more White Cocos. But like, instead of working on my emotes today, what did I do? I went through and like redid the entire stream setup for tournaments. like there's a new overlay where I can show the players the round better. It's a little bit better laid out, so you see more things, and we don't cover up everything. And it's just so much better. Let's also contemplate awareness. Thank you for the follow, and also I see your comment. Thanks for taking the time to organize tourneys. I've been doing this now for 2 years. 2 years, almost every Friday, except for when it's my birthday, where I go to a regional. So I think there's only been like 4 or 5 Fridays altogether I've missed. And surprisingly, a regional and my birthday fell on the same time this year, as I turned 38 and older. What was Lost Zone at number 1? All right. I need someone to tell me, why is Hoopa EX in Lost Zone? What matchup is it trying to hit?
I know it hits the Iron Hands and Arceus.
Oh, Iron Hands makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know if I like it that much, but I haven't played enough with it to have an opinion. But just in general, having 2 of the same energy in Lost Zone box, like having double dark, as it just doesn't feel the greatest, because you're usually trying to just Mirage Gate to accelerate, and so having to potentially burn 2 gates for just a response KO feels not ideal.
Exactly. So I'm looking at some more of the top decks. We have LX here coming in still with the Gardevoir. We have the Arceus full pick still, Lost Zone. We're having a little bit more of a I would say diverse meta than we did during the regional, at least like what's in Top Cut, because like we can bring up the regional, which only had about 80 more players, but best of 3 is so much. That was all Chin Pao. Less Chin Pao right now. We have 2 Chin Paos, and then it starts to fall off. Udra is still playing, but sadly both those players were on mobile, so we're unable to see that. If Jolly Flame Man, if you're in chat, we'd love to get you on next round. I know you're 3-1 right now, but depending on your matchup, I'd like to see some future hands, just because it's still it's a deck out there that can do well. And look at it. He's played almost mirrors all night.
Oof.
And it makes sense. It makes sense if you ran over Lugia.
The future hands mirror does not
fun.
sound like the funnest.
Oh, Sandy Beach also brought up it helps with stall. You know what? Against like Snorlax, that makes sense because then you're just. Well, actually, let's look at it again. Let's go back and look at it. How much energy do you need on it? You want
I need 3 dark.
Yeah, because you can't use Energy Crush against it because the Snorlax isn't going to do anything. It's not going to have energy attached to it.
I mean, I can see like the 200 damage is guaranteeing no matter what the Snorlax, what item or tool.
But the band is fit. You can't use it the next turn.
Yeah, so then are you burning switches to attack twice? I mean, I guess you're probably getting moved out of the active, but
yeah, it's interesting because also Tina in general just has a worse matchup against whatever it's called now, Snorlax than they did before. They lost so many tools.
Yeah.
Now we are just waiting, and hopefully we'll get someone that's not Blazy or Jam on. Like I said, I want to try to get Jolly Flame Man. Obviously Blazy's one. I know King Heracross can, but they're playing straight control. We already had control on tonight. They're playing a slightly different version.
Arctic is playing an interesting Arceus deck, kind of just Arceus Salvatore or Salvatore
Oh, okay.
type controlling deck.
Okay, with the Bronzong, Evolution Jammer. They're trying to prevent a lot of stuff. I'll be another one. Canned Kiwi.
I do think, yeah, this is the, oh, excuse me.
Oh, no worries.
Salvatore box, but with Arceus, probably for just more consistency and power.
I
Because I think, it's got the Bronzong, Aerodactyl, and Noivern, which are kind of the three really ways to control a matchup without playing true control.
Here's one we haven't seen tonight. Ancient Box. We haven't even talked about it. There's a 3/1 Ancient Box. So that's definitely someone we might want to try to get on because that might do really well.
Yeah, Ancient Box, I feel like had some hype at the beginning, and then as people played it more, I think the hype died down. But I mean, it's seeing a decent amount of play over in Europe right now. I know one of the Utah locals who made day 2. He's been on Ancient Box since even before things were released. So it's got potential.
If you remember during the Tournament Doom Regional when we had Calvin Connor on with Lost Tina, this card here absolutely ruined his day. He got down to 2 cards left in deck, and he Great Dust Midland collapsed and in the match. He was pacing to easily win. And I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Also, this Pokemon's huge. 7'3" and 700 pounds.
Yeah.
It's like,
I wonder if that's... I don't remember if like the Area 0 ones are that big. But I guess, a quick spoiler warning, I guess, if you haven't played the games. But I mean, I guess if it, was big enough to take out the professors, it's got to be pretty large.
okay. I'll say this real quick. Yeah, if it was only being streamed somewhere else. We had our last game go to time. It went over a little bit. The guys said it was a great game. Like I did lose with like a minute left over time. Their guys said I did win. He's like, give him the win kind of thing. And I'm like, that's great. You know what? I appreciate it greatly. Like if you're willing to give your opponent the win after time, like just saying, yeah, they did win. Great. Saves time. Makes things easier. It's just an online tournament. Is all it is. Good sports. If I had an easier way of giving like codes and other things out to people, I would. Like if I could just be like, here's a code for you. But I can't because then the other player could steal it. And again, it's like, okay, maybe both players are being cool, but you never know. And there is a neat way to get rid of ads. It's called subscribing to Senior Doom. The best thing ever. So we want Jolly Flame. See if I can find him. He is up against Saint and Charizard. Maybe we'll skip that one. Elliot, that was the next one. There's a couple matchups that are like 100% like losses, and that's one of them.
Yep.
I will see if Elliot can. I have no idea. I know the other guy can't. Who else was another deck we were looking at? Oh. And Kiwis match. Always up against Blazy. That makes it even easier. So we can watch. If we had to, I mean, we'd be watching Blazy again, but we'd have the deck we want to watch.
Yep.
So I'll at least have that ready. It's Lugia versus Dialga, which will be interesting. I try not to always have the same player on, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Because surprisingly, Lugia doesn't auto this matchup.
No, I think this one actually is a pretty interesting one. Because of Dialga's ability to take 2 turns.
100%, which even makes it hard for Charizard. Like, it's turning out to be a lot better of a matchup. What's up, Alex? Tournament's going pretty well. We are on a 30-second delay. I actually forgot to reset the timer for this round. Let me see what time it is. Oh, 27, 30 seconds.
I think that climbing to Arceus tier is always an achievement, because even with the changes, especially at the high levels, you still have to win a decent amount more games than you lose consistently.
Yeah. You still, I think someone said you still have to keep like a 50, you're like now only need like a 50 to 55%. I think it's a 55% win rate to really get there quickly.
Yeah.
But the previous one, you had to maintain like a 70% win rate.
Yeah. So now it's more obtainable, but still an achievement.
Which is a good thing and good for the growth of the game itself, because one of the issues that a lot of people ran into is they would just stop playing. They're just like, why should I continue?
Yeah, having a bad run and then you're stuck in Greninja tier for a whole, ladder season is just deflating.
Yeah.
I don't know if we know what the average is yet, because we haven't had things for long enough. But also, hitting Master Ball and Arceus also just opens you up to playing better players, and so it'll only help you improve as well.
Exactly. I just hit Master Ball yesterday, and actually, funny enough, I did it against one of our regular players here. It was against Prowlers, who's a regular, great guy. I hit him, and it was like, oops. And it was my winning. It was actually my winning in. I was like, yeah.
Yep. It's always rough and kind of funny hitting somebody on the ladder.
Which he was already in Master Ball tier, so you can't knock him out of tiers. So I was like, okay, that's fine.
Yep. Looking at our game here, that Iono helped the Arceus, it looks like, especially if they can get a second Chops going. But, Dialga needed to get this TM evolution to hit more than just the Dialga.
Which, with them getting multiple Matangs out, it just makes your life so much more difficult. But we will see the Lugia V-Star get set up. This is where it's going to be difficult for them, is that they will have that down, but they have nothing to draw from. And then we have issue. What's the issue?
So we did hit heads, so we will have double chops. going down. Lugia V-Star coming in.
Gift energy attachment.
We don't have, we've just got the little chinchillas right now. So we'll see what Dialga has in hand, but double Matangs is feeling very scary.
Just having an issue with a player. This is always a thing to remember. After you send a friend request, sometimes it's just good to restart anyways, just to make sure things are going through. It's a weird thing. So
yeah, it's not always required, I've noticed. Sometimes it just works without needing it, but unless restarting takes more than a minute, which it usually shouldn't, it's always, just a much better call to restart. All right, we get one off the first Metal Maker. Two more. So we can take out anything besides the Lugia. We'll see if they're just going to punch. Obviously, they don't know how dead the Lugia player's hand is. Yeah, so we'll just see Metal Blast for 170 because of V-Guard energy there. But things are looking really strong for Dialga right now.
extremely. Dialga, it seems like it's in a way better position than I think we've seen it in a long.
Yeah, the one thing is the gift energy on the Lugia V-Star. So I think I wouldn't hate the Snorlax bench.
I like the Snorlax here because they're about ready to Star Chronos, and you'd rather only give up 2 prizes to 3.
Yeah, and even if you do, like, sending up the Snorlax after Star Chronos is also just much better. Yeah.
Right, so yeah, I'm just make sure we have a player checking in and not showing up. And they landed him with the gift energy here. I hate when those happen, but it happens. Yeah, you want the gift energy to be hit here. It gets you the 7. It gets you set up way better. And then you should be able to take a KO here with the Lugia. But okay, what's your prize trade after that? 2, 2, 1 is what you're trying to do. Yeah, that one guy who was 2-2 didn't show up. Didn't show up again. So I am fine dropping. We'll see the KO here.
Yeah, we was gonna say we get rid of the Iono, which makes sense. I think because they have the gift energy on the Chinchilla, I think unless you have a boss to use this turn, I actually wouldn't have minded just using. Oh, they have another one. All right.
Do you think? I don't think Lugia. Oh, they're going to actually retreat here. They're going to use. Oh, they're going to use Baby Matang. which I don't think will matter because I think we can just boss his orders, or Serena, one of the active. I don't necessarily like using the Cinccino here, but it's not the worst play. You do have the Master Ball in hand and a Capturing Aroma to possibly get what you get another Cinccino out. I would probably just use the Master Ball personally, but then again, you never know with the coin flip because now you can use the Master Ball the other way.
Yeah, that's one of those math questions that I just don't know.
What's
the better option? Yeah.
What's the proper sequence? They are almost out of energy. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. They get two. Okay, so they get two here. Hopefully, the Matang. Okay, they got energy. Matang doesn't have it happen. 105.
And this is another moment where I like the Metagross. Obviously, you have to have it, but you could Metal Maker, another energy, evolve up, and then take a KO on the Cinccino. And because you do have one other Matang on the bench and a Beldum, you're not necessarily losing too much acceleration.
All right, so there we go.
So we got a 1 to the Beldum and 1 to the Dialga.
Which Dialga can
wonder
so many things.
I wonder if we see a retreat and then a Beldum first attack that lets you just put a card on top of your deck.
Ooh, the Prime Catcher here. I'm probably going to see the Lugia KO. Nope, I'm going after the baby.
Oh, okay. So we see a retreat and then a KO. But the problem is this boss's orders sitting in Lugia's hand.
It hits exactly 220. So that gives a KO. And then your last prize trade is with the Cinccino, hopefully. So you should be able to win the game next turn.
Yep. And
I would not accelerate your last energies. Okay, you do have two.
They don't have.
They have two in hand.
They don't have another Dialga on the bench, and they don't have anything that can even really KO your Lugia. So yeah, I think just holding energies is fine.
So we have a game freeze also as one of the judge calls right now. I can't help if you guys don't answer in chat, so we'll see how it goes. And there's the concession, so actually they did not have an out. So Lugia continues to be huge deck here tonight, as Lazy has been killing it. As that was one of the featured decks we wanted to see was the Dialga, which the Dialga just... Actually, let's double check what the Dialga even had. He only played... Did he play more than one Dialga? No, he played the 2-2 line. So yeah, losing that Dialga, that was just it. No outs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 2-2 feels a bit thin.
I think almost everyone's playing the 2-2.
Yeah.
But it's such your primary attacker. Well, okay, you can use the Zamazenta. you can. I was like, okay, I've lost my Dialga. Here's one prizer, but the deck goes from like filthy to like, I don't know, so fast.
Yeah, and I think they got the Bidoof out on a turn that they used Ino, and I wonder if they should have gotten EUIC to just draw a little, like guaranteed draw more. I mean, they didn't see much of anything supporter wise too helpful because, yeah, if you can't get your draw engine of either Bidoof or the Mew going, it gets really tricky.
Which Mew, if I remember right, cannot be accelerated to, right? It's only, I gotta double check the
No,
maintain.
you can accelerate to anything.
So Mew actually becomes another attacker that could actually do well depending on what you're playing against. Sadly, you can't double Star Chronos, which would be hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I'm playing the mirror match. I'll double Star Chronos. No, V-Star attacks are a one-time thing. It doesn't matter what does it. Once that icon flips, that's it.
I do think it would be hilarious that if it was a mirror match, to instead of like you just let your opponent kind of cook up their Dialga and then you go ahead and Star Chronos it with the Mew to just kind of let your Dialga sit in the back and power up more.
Okay, here's an interesting
I
thing.
think
Real quick,
this could be a really funny mirror match.
Even talking about Dialga, this Arceus Vulpix is farm. Lost is 2-1 against Dialga, and Dialga hits for weakness on the Vulpix. It can absolutely destroy Arceus. Like, is the Noivern that good in it? But that's just basics. Like this,
Yeah,
like
what?
Like you're trying to set up this deck's trying to set up a lock no matter what. Like if it's against Future Box, it's just Covert Flight all day. Like this is interesting. Okay, this is what I want to see next, if we can. Like, is Arceus Vulpix even that good right now? It's format.
I don't know. Yeah, it's because at first I thought we did see the one arc Vulpix with the what's its face, the evolution blocking, and I could see how that could shut things down for at least a while, but this is just
I have no idea how they're beating.
I'm guessing they Lost City boss ordering like quickly. Like go first, start Arceus, attach, pass. Maybe their opponent doesn't get off the evolution turn. They only get like one Matang. Easily Starbirth. Get your boss's orders if you're not already set up. Take out the Matang. Take out the Matang. Take out the Matang or whatever. Like send them to Super Hell.
Yep.
And that's it. Like that's the only thing I can think of is what they're doing. Like Lost City, I would not be surprised if we see more Lost Cities here in the future. It's always seen some sort of play, but it's never seen that much play.
Yep. And I think especially as we're currently trending, as we've talked about, and I mean even this deck, right? Lots of one-of cards and controlling elements, even in the Pokemon being put into decks. And so, you Lost City, you just get the Noivern or the Noibat, you Lost City it, and all of a sudden, quick Lost City ruins this deck. So yeah, I think Lost City and Lost Vacuum, more of that as this meta shapes out.
Exactly. And that's too, bad hands. Like it is not like Magic. It's not like Digimon where you can mulligan out, and I think One Piece even has it too. Just mulligan out over and over and over. You know, like, oh, this is an absolute trash hand. At least I can mulligan. Like maybe I lose a little. There's a little something we lose, but it'll be interesting. Like I do wonder if we will see if we will see like a new mulligan rule at some point. Like I mean, we did change supporter rule, and that took a while to get used to because like when I was playing, first started playing, I was like, yeah, I could Lily for 8 and really get my turn going, or you know, if they started another bench Pokemon, Guzma, which I'm still waiting for Boss's Orders Guzma. We need Guzma, or we need what's her name from Sun and Moon? Oh.
The team,
the one who did the Ultra one. Oh, what was her name? Lucamine.
oh yep,
We need a Lucamine. And if anything, if you want to give us the best Lucamine, you gotta give us the version where it's Nihilgo's host.
yeah.
Like, could you imagine
I
this
think-
card here, this being a card as like a Boss's Orders?
Yeah,
Oh my
I
god.
think
So
another cool one would be to do the robot, like the evil robot version of Sada and Turo as Boss's Orders.
that's true.
I
Trying to,
think that would probably be too right. We already have multiple Sada and Turos that are, especially the Sadas can look similar.
because I mean, look at I looked up the Lucamine full art with the Nihilgo like version. Like
Yeah.
that could be so good. Like we're due up another Boss's Orders reprint soon, anyways. Wait, this said Lucamine was in this? Where was Lucamine? It's not Lucamine in the Melanie. Lie. But like that could be. And like I keep waiting and wondering what's the next one we're gonna get. So we are waiting on 5
Yeah,
matches.
I do wonder if it'll be our maybe not. I guess I don't know. We've got a little too long for the Z Pokemon Z.
Let's see. Okay. We've got new arts. Paldea Evolved. Lost Origin. Brilliant Stars. So let's see. 1. And that's about what? 1 every 5 sets or so. So we're due up soon.
Yeah.
Oh, you're all good, Jam. So it will be interesting to see what the next one will be. Because they're not even exactly Dunham nor. Okay, you know who else we still don't have? We also don't have Archie or Maxie. Maxie. Or Maxine. Whatever it is. Maxie, I want to say? Like we
I
don't.
think it's Max. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have them. Because we did. Because you talked about XY, we got Lysander already. And then we got the Getsus. We shouldn't get N. N is not a Boss's Orders card. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Sandy Beach, when's the woman going to be printed? That's what I mean. We need a Lucamine. Like, you know what we'll get? We'll get another Boss's Orders, but it'll be Rainbow Rocket Giovanni. Sword and Shield promos. Yeah, there's the Getsus. I mean, Cyrus. Who is in first right now? Let's go to update the standings because we are just waiting on one matchup and we are on a 30-second delay. So if it does seem like I'm answering your question late, I apologize. Currently, Arceus Vulpix at number 1, Wildem Chev, David Lugo coming in with Chin Pao at number 2. Blazy with the Lugia Archeop coming in at number 3. Dairyman with Charizard at number 4. Thiago Oliveira at number 5 with Future Box. Can Kiwi at number 6 with Dialga. Jam coming in with his pitcher control with Charizard. And currently number 8 is Respect or Read 2's Peck with Lost Zone Box. And then we have plenty of other decks coming in the backup. Like we do have the Roaring Moon deck, which this is the one I was talking about earlier that I've been playing. I have been playing it without the Radiant Greninja. It is literally just Dun Sparse and Moon. It is a lot of fun. And it is really, really dumb. Which sounds horrible. You're like, if it's fun and dumb, what do you mean? If you know how to play it right, usually what you do to prevent deck out from like control players is you put the Dun Sparse, you attach an energy to it, you attach a booster capsule, energy capsule to it, and then you use its ability and like draw into the other Dun Sparse and everything. And then you just keep looping that same loop. And you won't deck out. As long as they don't play Chi-Yu.
Yeah.
And if they play Chi-Yu, then you're kind of screwed anyways. But it can buy you a few turns. I think this is the matchup we're waiting on. Yeah, King Heracross and Apollocyst. Which they actually had a judge request earlier, but nobody ever responded. So no idea. It does disappoint me that the Dun Sparse didn't get a new alternate art. I want Dun Sparse. Even though the art for it is really good.
Maybe in the next mini set, collector's set or whatever.
Well, this feels like one of the cards they would sit there and be like, "Hey, that's what it does. This is one of those cards we want you to play, so we'll give it the alternate treatment." Like you look at what they give alternate treatments, they try to make sure all those cards, like loading it up here, are at least somewhat playable in some way, usually, or at least a Pokemon that's like fun and deserves it. Like Drampa, not too much of a thing, but it's taking children to murder someone. So I mean, that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Or the Minccino and Cinccino are playable. Oh, the Metagross should be the Meltan, but it's all right. Is Arc Vulpix even good? In certain matchups, it can be really good. In other matchups, it's not so much. Or they do a lot of fan favorite Pokemon as well. I kind of want this Litten now.
Or the ones they want to be fan favorites, with the case with Armarouge and Ceruledge.
All right. Let's see. Now that game is called Judge again. So let's see if they actually tell me what's going on.
Vulpix, future hands, probably really tough. You probably just vacuum away their baton and hope that's enough when you knock them out.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the way to beat that deck with most things, is just get rid of a baton and then they look confused and sad. I get why the deck is good. I see the power, but being so reliant on something that your opponent can take away on their turn and ruin your ability to do anything, just feels so bad.
Okay. So I need to bring this up real quick about slow play. And one of the ways we're calling slow play now, since we do have the game log, if I can see the time difference in play and the game log and what actions you are taking, I will now call slow play based off that, because previously we couldn't do time, and we weren't able to know. But now with that, we're able to make a better judgment call, which with the game log it is. So like put it one way, if they're just using nest stash every turn and pass, but it's taking so much more time, I can make a call.
Yep.
So this is one of those things. So what so I'm going to talk about it real quick, like this person saying I went to time on a stall deck. There's so much that you can do, and like having the game log shows me so much more. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's gonna come up like the 5th time I've had to call for the game log tonight. So many. Okay. Shuffle and nest dash, shuffle and bump, 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 bump. All right. I've got all of it. Let me double check, make sure I'm saying that right. Saying something right. Okay, so no, I'm bringing this up now. This will be again. I try to be open about everything with it. If the player on it, there's a 12-minute difference between players, and then looking at the log, showing them doing minimal stuff every turn. The only way you get to that time is with that. So I'm making that as my call. If you have that, that's like all the evidence I need. Like if you just do nest dash, maybe like play a card pass, and nest dash, play a card pass, whatever, however it is, that's enough for me to say, yeah, you're taking as much time as you possibly can. So I'm calling it. Moving on.
Yeah. It's definitely
so we
a
do
thing where if you're playing a card and nest dashing, that should be taking, under 30 seconds.
exactly
A turn.
So we end
You're
up
doing things right against the control, you want to be taking as little time, because nest dash is your being able to just stall them out is your win condition. So
So that is why I made the call the way I did. Looking for a new game. So we're going to just move on to the next round. Let's try to get someone on. Yeah, if you look at it, it's in the. I always try to keep that stuff phased. I try to make sure these things are public, because then it's just like, here they had this much time. This is what's happening. I'm going to try to get Matang versus, Rory Moon on. I've asked them if they're able to. I have no idea if they will be able to. We're asking. I'm also looking for another game as well, just in case. What's another good one? What's Papago King playing? That's Stall versus Stall. Never mind. Excuse me. Can Kiwi, Blazy is up against the Arceus Vulpix. Are we just making this the Blazy show tonight?
Yeah, Blazies are hitting our matchups we want to see, so.
Yeah. Stall versus Stall. We'll have Blazies are backup. If we can get the other one.
If it's two of the Pidgeots, that's a more interesting
one. It's Blocklax versus Blocklax.
Woof.
Bagel, as much as I'd like to, that's, yeah.
If this tournament was 4 days ago, I would have you on stream every time.
I can't believe people are going off on in the chat about this. In the Discord chat. Okay. This game is up. D-bag, it is. We were trying to work on it. It's just what it is sometimes. So, unless you're talking about me,
yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
Unfortunately, I don't have a better mic than just headphones that I use. And the internet I'm on also goes down a little bit every once in a while. So it's all a combo of factors, I think, tonight.
All right. So Lugia can't attack the Vulpix unless they get going this next turn, which is a possibility considering they have the fish. They fish for the jock, Ultra Ball away those things, get set up, and can blow it up. But they can also get hurt here. And the thing is, the Minchinos can attack. So, I mean, it's definitely something we can do that can happen here.
Yeah, this is looking like a classic Arceus. Energies. We've used our Starbirth punch, so
Let me see. Actually, Daycamp, you want to talk a little bit about what your job is?
Yeah, give me 1 second to finish. I'm switching to be closer to the router here. Maybe that'll help me not be as fuzzy.
Actually, it's sounding a little bit better.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Slightly better again.
Yeah, I don't have a scuba cert, but
You do work with birds, though.
I do. Yeah, I work with dangerous sky animals, not dangerous water animals. Yeah, part of my job is doing education programs and taking care of birds of prey. So, like your falcons, hawks, owls, eagles. Just the other day, like springtime, all the birds get their hormones really kicking in, which is just not delightful. And so our golden eagle was really grumpy about having to get some of the equipment changed on him. So even through a leather glove, I had quite the amount of bruises up and down my arm and hand.
Water birds. Yeah, do you work with any deadly water birds? You know, seagulls are deadly to French fries.
I mean, we do have a bald eagle, and that is a giant seagull with danger feet. So,
Danger feet.
oh my god, bald eagles are such just. I mean, especially the one I work with. She's from Alaska, and so Alaskan and Canadian bald eagles are bigger than bald eagles in the lower 48. And so she's 14 pounds, which, if you know anything about birds, they normally weigh, a lot of birds weigh under a pound, or no more than like 2. So she's just this massive bird who's kind of grumpy all the time. Or not even grumpy all the time, but just like her natural disposition is grumpy because she's a giant seagull.
Solidly priced. Oh my god. Well, this matchup is the ancient chickens here are kind of destroying this poor Vulpix. Like, it could take the Chinchino knockout here, but then what does it do next?
Yeah, we need an Ino evolution.
Or the scoop? Oh my god.
Going out on their own terms.
All right, so is Jam streaming? Yes, he is. We'll go jump to that. At least get a game going. Like, I'm trying to get other people on. Like, if you can stream, please set up. I will put you on. We need more decks. Like, we don't always want to put on the same deck, but we do. Because, I mean, it's hard enough. But again, not everyone can stream. That's just the way things are. And double check.
There's a question in chat. Are birds technically dinosaurs? They're, I mean, no, in the fact that, like, there's no more dinosaurs, but they're related. So they've, evolved so to be not dinosaurs anymore, but they were.
Why can't I find Jam's matchup? There it is.
I swear, finding a specific match, when you look through pairings, you'll never find it. But if you're just scrolling through, that's when you'll be like, oh, this person or that person.
Yeah, Papio, I looked at your matchup because I thought about asking you because I know you could stream. And I was like, oh no, that's not good. Yeah, like, we just want to have fun matches on. GU double fire. Oh my god. Should Miss Energy stop Vulpix's Snow Mirage?
No. Because it's an effect on the Vulpix, not
Not the Pokemon itself.
whoever Vulpix hits.
As we do see here, Shinpao is not doing too bad. But remember, Jamir plays Charizard. We could see some bad things start to happen.
So
Which-
we could.
Go for it.
I was gonna say. So I'm guessing Candy Pidgeot or Candy Charizard here. Do they have any Devos in their deck? Or in their list?
I don't remember. I don't know. At least Chinpow wouldn't assume so, but if the Pidgeot does, then yes, that's exactly what you want to be doing because you get the Pidgeot going. You know, you attack here with the Pidgeot, completely get rid of the Baxcaliburs because they seem like they maybe have overstepped on the Baxcaliburs.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, no Devos, which I mean, it does make sense. Not a lot are playing it.
I do like this move here. Force them to sneeze again. Force them to waste more resources getting that Bibarel out of the active. Even try to attack with the Baxcalibur. Attempt. Because I mean, like, they can hit with the Baxcalibur to get rid of this, but it's like, okay, how do I get my last two prizes? Do I still have it out with a Prime Catcher? We haven't seen that the Prime Catcher's been used. Have we seen anything be used? Okay. I hate April. I really.
Oh my gosh. Salt Lake has oh gosh, I don't remember what the whatever the kind of like tree exactly it is, but it's like this pear type tree, and when it blooms it just smells so bad. And there's just so many of them on every street here because the city planted a ton.
Well, remember how we talked about, hey, do they have a out to here? You can get the Ronin V and they can get a huge KO here.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see how much and like what they're. Let's see. Oh gosh, they're going too fast.
They are moving very quickly.
Interesting Manaphy. Because now, depending if they have a switch out, you bring up the Manaphy and you can Mawile trap it.
It can attack though. Barely attack, but it can.
So if we have
We have a couple outs here.
So I think you start with the Buddy Poffin.
look, if you notice there, they were looking through the entirety of the what they had used, and that's always the thing. Like when you are playing control, you want to know what resources your opponent used. Having a memory of like just what popular lists are using, and like how many outs they may have, kind of helps with control. You never know what they tech. Like some people will play Gengar and be able to attack time and time again, like Charizard or not. But there's so much to it.
Yeah, so we gotta hurry here. If you get an energy off this,
You can. Here's the worst thing. Like, what do you boss stall here? Can't boss.
yeah.
I mean, you have to go for the
So
Bible.
yeah, I wish I had gotten a better look at everything in the discard there. But if they had a counter catcher, let's see how many they play. They play 3. So it depends if it's in the deck or not, but they could have Buddy Poffin for the Mawile, Arvin for Defiance Vest and counter catcher, and then Pidgeot for an energy, if those are all in deck, and then Manaphy's stuck and can't do any damage. Obviously, that's a lot of pieces that we didn't get to see if they were in the deck. But that is still a potential play for next turn as well. And the play really works on Ibero as well with Defiance Vest because it's only doing 60 max.
So they only need the one price. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting where control is because what do they have left? There's no reason here to attack with Charmin. Or
They don't have the Mawile. Oh no,
they do.
Mawile can't be Buddy Poffin. The HP doesn't line up. That's right.
EU, which we just saw both of them hit the discard pile. Chiyu in the spinning the Pokestop is so bad. Good deck of them out. They were thinning their deck because they're looking for something. Probably they're one of their superior energy retrievals, but it's just not, at least not yet. I don't know how many they have left, but they have enough. They could win the game. NT Bagel, thank you for the follow. And actually, I missed Z degree XIII 13 degrees. I missed you earlier. I appreciate everyone who follows, and hopefully you're always having a good night.
Man, I forgot Buddy Mawile. I feel silly that Mawile isn't Buddy Poffinable. I thought that was such a great plan, and now it makes sense why they weren't just doing that.
Because they had no way.
But yep, Defiance Vest, a smart choice.
If they can get 5 energy in hand, they can win just with the Radiant Greninja. You need 5 energy though. That was more energy going to the discard pile.
So, man, they're clicking just slightly too fast. Oh, but this could be it. If they can draw 1.
They can draw 1 and pray. We know that she used in the discard pile.
But I'm guessing that one of those 2 cards has to be.
There's Pidgeot. I mean, you could also flip.
Oh, so that guarantees it there by using the boss.
So it gets you 4, which, yeah, then it guarantees it. What is this Charizard deck? It is a stall Charizard deck. It's trying to be more controlled than stall, but yeah, Jam's not going to win this one because as long as he attaches, uses super cold, attach, retreat into the back Excalibur, GG. It doesn't matter what they attack. GG. Bob's your uncle.
I do think. I wonder. Spinning the stop. I don't know if it makes a difference overall. But I think if even though the Buddy Poffin couldn't get the Mawile like I had dreamed of,
Someday it
I
will.
still think that
Jam, I'm assuming you're talking about the throw was the Pokestop. Which will show Jam's list here if you haven't seen it already.
yeah.
Yep. I saw the Chi-Yu. The Mawile was another out.
Yeah, I think Mawile on Babarrel or the Manaphy would have gotten there. I guess they could have tried to load up Babarrel potentially but Defiance Vest, yeah, I think would have. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arvin for the quick ball. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was cooking up the Mawile play, but when you had the Buddy Poffin in there, because I forgot Mawile has too much HP for that, and I was like, it's right there. Why aren't they using the Buddy Poffin? And then just messed up my HP.
Yeah, tunnel visioning on your different wing conditions. That's something we all. I mean, I've done it plenty of times where I'm just like, oh yeah, this is how I'm going to do it, and then I don't have a backup, and there's nothing I can do. Like, okay, oh great, oops, I screwed that up. But the deck is still very interesting. Like he has like the Misfortune Sister, so he could have also Eerie could have came into play. Eerie's a great one. Also, someone asked, what's the best Iono art? I can tell you that. The best Iono art is the one from, or what's it? Was it the Paldean Fates one? This one here. This Paldean Fates. This is the one I think is the best, but they're all pretty good. And plus, you can play 4 unique cards of it now. Okay,
the Paldean Fates is my favorite as well.
We need to make what in Torn Nation a thing. Like if that's not a thing already, it needs to. Take Tar Nation and turn into Torn Nation. That would be such a bad inside Pokemon joke. But
you can even have this dream graphic of it like spins a picture of like Tord's face with a little cowboy hat and just like spins on the screen and spins off.
That would be good. Checking a few things. Okay. Currently with our top cut of 8 rounds, Blazy and David Lugo should just ID. 100%. They double ID, they can still probably take a loss and still be fine. 6-1-1 should get them in. 5-1s, usually it's winning in pretty much. I think I saw King Heracross 1. We were just waiting on 3 games. No, they're still going. Who's still going? King Heracross Dairyman, MVP Prodigy versus Lighty, and Butch versus Sam Sucks. MVP Prodigy was playing one of the lists I wanted to see. What in Torn Nation? It has to be. It has to be a spinning Torn in a cowboy hat, right? But the thing is, I can't use his likeness in an emote. Not without pain. Because, yeah, you know, it's people's likeness. Like, I can get into the whole thing of copyright and people's likeness rights. It gets harsh.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else is there? Joy Flameman, sadly, he did win 4-2. I mean, he's still going. He has an opportunity. 6-2 can get you in tonight. I did try to get this matchup with Sean Wortham. Nobody ever responded if they could or not. Bolt Up is obviously streaming himself.
Contemplate, thanks for playing tonight. You know, 3-3, still solid record on the night.
I mean,
best of one can be crazy.
We have an 0-5. Couple 0-5, so I mean, that can happen. But then sometimes you also hit all the wrong matchups. Like I played Mad Party once. I hit all the Dragon Pults in the tournament. There was 4 Dragon Pults in the late night. I hit all 4 rounds in a row. There was a time when Dragon Pult was just absolutely destroying Mad Party. I was like, yep. So he's got it. Refuse to drop. Refuse to lose. You can't lose if you can't win if you don't play. You can't lose if you don't play, I guess.
I feel like I try to not always, unless I'm having a real bad time. I always, if I'm like, oh, I'll drop, let me try and get to a 500 or better record before I do.
6-2 might. We never know because surprisingly, what might happen is David decides not to ID with Blazy. It was the whole thing. Some people just choose not to ID. They want to watch the world burn. So you never know. That's why you play it out.
Yeah, we don't have any Japanese players, at least near the top tonight. You know, especially when they're playing best of one, they don't ID in their actual tournaments, and so they don't always ID in online tournaments. It depends. Some of the more seasoned online players will, but there's always a decent chance they don't, and that usually causes a little chaos. We do have a player from China tonight. I don't know. I know China's in a different.
They're in like a different format entirely.
Yeah. But I also don't. I think they're TP, the Pokemon company, so they might be best of one as well, where ties are hurtful towards you. So that could add a little chaos as well.
Which this tournament's all about chaos. Some people just want to play. They just want to keep playing, and that's all they do.
Yeah, and online tournaments where you can see the lists and everything. You know, in a regional, sometimes it's worth the idea because you're going blind into a match, and you know, you might hit a bad matchup, you might not. There's a lot of risk, but where you can see the exact 60 you're going up against, it's like, oh, I know my lines here, I have a really good shot, I'm not going to ID. Exactly. It's a lot easier to make those decisions when you can see the deck lists.
All right, next round is up. Round 7. This is where things get interesting. I am going to try to find us a game. I kind of want to see, I want to see if MVP Prodigy might be someone. Jolly Flame and who's Popular King playing against? He's up against Matang, but that's another stall deck. I'm trying not to put another stall deck up, guys. What's Metaman playing? Charizard versus Future Hands. That's another bad matchup. What was I saying I wanted? Because I can never find it.
Is going up against King Heracross this round, which is Lugia versus Control. So a rough.
I'm going to try to get.
It is the Wigglytuff Control.
That would be a backup, but I have a feeling he's going to make cut, and so we might see it.
Yep.
I'm seeing if MVP Prodigy is able to stream. He's up against the Lugia Archeops. Not Lugia Archeops, the Arceus Snowfox Vulpix.
While we're getting a match ready, I'm gonna run and get some water. I'll be right back.
Go for it. It sounds like we might have the matchup from MVP Prodigy. So I'm just making sure that they're there. It looks like they can. The first time they're streaming, I'm just trying to make sure they can, and so I just asked them to share their game screen. There it goes, and it's working. There we go. So we'll have them on, and we'll get this game going as they're up against. So we will get them going. So let me get their names in. As we see. Sorry. We got our first ID here as Blazy and King Heracross will be taking the ID, which is the best move they could take. Go here into round 7. Just making sure the stream's set up. They're still setting up themselves, so just take a moment. Go. All right, and once they are ready, we'll get going. All right, so we got our first ID. So the 6-0, we have two sets of 601s who should be in Top Cut. Wouldn't be surprised if David was offering ID, the 5-1. Be like, hey, get me in, but you have to win your next round. So we'll see how that goes as they're just waiting to get their game going here. So we see as they get started. So we'll see how it goes. As also, I will keep updating the standings as the matches are done, so everyone can see what is going on.
All right, I am back with water and Cheetos.
Ooh, Cheetos. Blazy's gonna go take a nap. You got 26 minutes to take a nap, which actually reminds me I need to update the round counter. So when we get off, when this match ends, we know exactly how much time is left on the clock. Well, yeah, if you're not playing, if your game's not on stream, go ahead and chill all you want. As this, I don't know how good of a start this is for the Roaring Moon player. I mean, they do have the Seda. Oh, okay, no, that's a lot better. We have the Earthen Vessel here. They have the Artisan, which will give them the baby one. But I don't know if there is a world where they can just KO here.
Yeah, and nice. Darken the discard. Artisans also only help the moon in this matchup, because Arc Vulpix plays nothing.
Nothing that
can
helps.
Be grabbed. Yeah.
So this is the question that comes. Like, sadly, if they had started Dunsparce, they would have every way because Dunsparce is free. every way of just getting
Yeah,
the Seta KO this turn. Like they're just one short right.
Do they? No energy swish or anything. So yeah. Not quite as scary as last format's Roaring Moon turn 1, but
I think this might be a donk. We'll see off the chorus. Because if they don't get our Pokemon down, this is straight up a donk. Which is fine, because if this player keeps going on, we can always ask them to stream Top Cut as well.
yeah, and unless they can, or yeah, they can't even hand disrupt. So even if they bench Arc here, this is just easy Roaring Moon.
Now the game isn't done. But Roaring Moon does KO the Vulpix. Okay, smart move. Get rid of the Artisan. Now it doesn't KO the Vulpix without using Frenzy Gouge. Get rid of the Artisan.
Oof.
That's not what I got rid of.
Yeah, you got to make them have the stadium, because now
You don't hit hard enough.
yeah, you Artisan or you boss Arc and just take it out.
Because getting rid of the stadium gets rid of their opportunity to hit 220. If they're not able to hit 220, then they're not taking KOs without using Frenzy Gouging, which Frenzy Gouging is obviously the biggest risk reward attack in the game.
Yeah, and I even wonder if punching with the Vulpix, like attaching the double turbo to the Vulpix, could have been better. I'm assuming they had Arceus V-Star in the hand. But yeah.
Now I'm trying to remember what the Vulpix's other move is. Its ability. It could possibly pick up a KO here, but I don't think it does. Pokemon V in play.
Say it's
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say I couldn't remember if it's Energy or Pokemon V. So unhelpful.
Well, we see an Ultra Ball here. When goes the Vulpix? It's got to be the Arceus again. And you got to hope that's an energy attached in hand. And now you're praying on the top deck. But now they don't. Actually, no. As much as they want to, they'd have to Frenzy Gouging for KO here. Unless they get the Artisan, which, well, as Solar Wish pointed out in chat, the Vulpix player doesn't know they have second Artisan, but the correct move was still to go and vacuum the Artisan. Dragon Lord, thank you for the follow as well. Hopefully your night's going well.
Yeah, exactly, Stellar. You make them have multiple things, or need as many things as possible to get the KO. I think you just take both Artisans. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You just need one, and then you Frenzied Gouging.
Exactly. Well, not even Frenzy Gouging, you just use this one attack and then.
Yeah, and then it's. Yeah.
Well, first, thank you for redeeming Zan. Zan can't believe Mello likes turkey bacon. Which that is going to come into it's going to be relevant coming up here on Tuesday, as Mellow Magikarp will be joining me for the Challenge of Doom this Tuesday. Along with Alex Coach. Yes, Alex, if you're still in chat, I have said your name correct. Raw pass. That's it. There's nothing that's going to happen here. Okay, I don't know why I didn't load up Roper at first. Yep, just frenzy gouging. That's Roaring Moon deck is something to watch.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier than that.
Let's see, well, I hate to bring Jam back up, but we need a game. Jam's playing. We're actually going to run a 3-man booth on Tuesday. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be different. It'll be the first time I'm doing that in a while, but I was like, I had them both like at the same time. Be like, yeah, I can work this Tuesday, like literally like the same time. And I was like, oh, you know what? Let's just put you on.
Oof.
Okay,
so
look at that Ghastly.
Yeah.
Do they play the Ghastly? The Gengar?
That's what I'm gonna try and pull up here.
They do. Why is this Shin Pao playing Gengar? This matchup?
Huh. And it's just the 101, so you're using a candy.
How many candies do they play? 4 rare candies, though, instead of the usual
4.
3.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that fixes your matchup well, like enough.
It has to have done something. Let's see what else they've played against today.
They have played Arctina and lost, beat Future Hands, Reggie's, Arcanine, lost to Goldango, and will beat Arc Vulpix.
Yeah, Fat Cat swinging it up the control again. Control.
I guess this is
the other matchup was better, but it finished super fast.
Yeah, Jam just is inevitable tonight.
Yeah. If you want other matches, tell other people to get their asses into the Discord calls and start sharing their screen. We'll get them on. Nothing against other matchups. I want other matchups, please. It's just honestly, the thing is, a lot of the people who do stream are right now in your.
Yeah. So we have Candy and Cape. If we can find a Pidgeot.
What at least makes this matchup interesting is they have the Gengar. Why? No idea. But they have the Gengar.
I mean, if they win this matchup, it'll be, deemed worth it. Is it actually? Almost certainly not. But they are, they're down to 3 prize cards. They've got the candy.
B, we love non-meta decks. We usually try to get a non-meta deck on the early rounds because we usually end up. There's the Gengar. We end up with meta decks by the time we hit top 8, or sometimes we get something that comes through that's not meta, like a Sparthra. We've had that a few times. Actually, Sparthra's won, right?
Didn't it win?
Like right? Yeah, like right
before the regional. Right after?
Yeah, it was really close.
So,
what's the move here?
I don't think I like the discard off the POW. If you have Gengar, there's no reason to have energies on the barrel anymore.
Right. And they're not really attacking either. I mean, you could thread in here with the Charmander, Charizard, possibly. It just depends on what you top. I mean, because that's what the Charizard's there. The Charizard comes in, blow up the POW, or it can counter up the one-up Excalibur. So now the Excalibur player has to watch out for the Charizard.
Yeah, so discarding the energies off the POW was a mistake here. I mean, yeah, you can Shivery Chill and everything, but you know, that could be your up to 4 energies on Qian POW. Yeah, I don't see a reason to have them on the barrel.
Now, actually, you think it would be game, but it's not. They cannot win the game with. They can't. They can stop the Charmander, but they can't win the game unless they got Lost Vacuum or something. Yeah. What's up, Pass? Yeah, Cloth has actually been a very interesting addition to Control.
Yeah, and they don't have a vacuum on the Qian POW side.
But they are getting rid of that Charmander. I mean,
this one seems pretty far gone, but you know, even when you win, there's always room for improvement.
Like, I can't see what you do with Cloth or anything. Cloth family, pray they don't have the energy in hand. There it is. That was all in the hand anyways.
Yeah.
So we'll need to find a round 8 matchup. We should have plenty of IDs coming to round 8. I don't think we'll have many win-and-ins. We'll go ahead and update here real quick. It depends actually on Brandon J here. Thiago. 611 is going to be 611 is going to be a risky ID depending on who you are. Dairyman with 63.1% is a safe ID. So is Saint. So is Bolt Up. MVP Prodigy could be in the safest area. Swift Arrow, though, now you're getting to the point where you're like, okay, what do I need to do here? Actually, Daycam, I'm going to leave it to you for a moment so I can get some water before cut and everything. I will be right back.
Sounds good. So yeah, let's take a look at some standings. We have our 1-7-0, and then 2 601s, all good to go for it. And then as of right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 601s, with at least 2 more joining. Yeah, Jam, I guess we are playing Gengar. I'm sure they just lost to Control one too many times on the ladder and said no more. We've got a good variety. You know, the Charizards are rising to the top here, which makes sense.
All right, I'm back.
Bagel also
At the 6-1.
making.
I am updating the standings.
Classic Blocklax.
Where
That
Bagel.
does have the new Mantine, or not new, but new to being used.
Austin Davis. Awesome. So yeah, the Mantine. Kacheki, one of the good artists. Actually, the use of orange on this is actually beautiful. Good. Really good use. It's a nice contrast to the Mantine. With the little baby Remoraid on it. You know me back for all my fans. I'm surprised. I was a little surprised you didn't play Tina. But switching it up from time to time is something you can do.
Yeah, definitely need your breaks from things, and just, you know, let some other people have more of a chance, you know, take the plot armor off for a little bit.
Here's the issue, like I talked about. 611's a risky ID. Especially if you're Swift Arrow, you have to win. You need to play if you want to make cut.
Yeah, and 52 is a pretty solid opponent's percentage, but
Not when the
you're at
other
the lowest
players.
of the low.
Yeah, when the other players are at 61. David's in no matter what. He can ID, he's in. He can lose, he's in. Heracross and Blazy, I believe, also are in no matter what. Dairyman can probably take the ID, be fine. Again, it gets a little bit lower once we hit MVP Prodigy, Austin Davis, NT Bagel. I figured you're going to have to play it out. I know it's late. It's only 11:20 for me. 11:23. I'm a very West Coast focused tournament. West Coast.
Yeah, because Heracross and Blazy, one of them will hit
No,
David, and that'll just boost up the win percentage even if they lose.
and then
So
Blazy might have to play, depending on who he gets. Or
Yeah.
King Heracross will have to play. But again, 611, they should almost be in it with that high opponent win percentage.
Yeah, and if Austin Davis and Swift Arrow don't hit each other, because those two probably should play it out, since they're both under 60%. If they don't hit, then a 611 is pretty safe if they both play it out.
This is going to be interesting because, I mean, if you look at 8 upwards, they're all within 60% of each other. And Austin isn't that far below either. And he even just said, I'm playing it out. So remember how I talked about 6-2 can make it in. Chaos. That's what it is. It is 100% opportunity for someone to sneak in.
Yeah, I mean, if all of them play it out,
So
probably might make at least one 6-2.
which right now the 5-2s, LX has the best chance with the Gardevoir. Wildum is number 2. Brendan J, they're still playing out. Actually, I think they're the last match. Oh wait, they won. Okay, I don't know who is the last match. Find out. Boosh versus Danny. I mean, this still has a effect. Like if we look here, yeah, it does actually, because it affects Saint's record. Mimt Axie. I'm sorry, I butcher names. Thank you for the follow. Excuse me. Which a lot of people go and sit there and be like, why can't these games finish faster? Kind of thing, right? It has even low table games have effects on high table games. It affects percentage, even opponents. You talked about listening to the Uncommon Energy podcast this week too. Again, I'm shouting them out. I need to shout out 2 other podcasts that sponsor my tournament.
I mean, we look at Vancouver, where Edwin and Hale both bubbled out on opponents.
Right. So their opponents had the whole thing. And this isn't like Worlds like we had like the Japan Worlds, the 2022, where it was asymmetrical cut. You made certain points you were in. Which I don't know if I can set that up on the list. That might be interesting. Do for like a regional or something. I'll have to look into it. I can actually look into it right now. Edit tournament phases, advancement type, points plus minimum amount of players. I think that's what it is. I don't want to screw with it. Okay, yeah, 8 players, minimum points. I'll have to look into that. I'm not going to screw with that. I'm not going to save it or anything. Like, oh no.
Dang, what was the good match?
And what were you playing? When did you play up against? There's lots of good matches out there. Let's see, like, here it is. The final match is finished, and all the standings still flip. Because Brandon J won, right? And look at all these 6-1s. We're down to 6-1s to 11. Look at all these Charizards tonight. All right, let's do this. Let's get it going. If everyone's ready. End round. Pair next round. Who can we find? Who? MVP Prodigy streamed there up against Respect. That's Lost Zone versus Baby against them. Who would you say?
I think. I think whatever we can get. I think honestly, if I'm 6-1 tonight, I'm probably maybe if I'm Brandon J, especially whoever got the up pair. Let's see.
Metaman versus Austin Davis, but that's Charizard versus Stall, so I'm not going to worry about that.
Yeah, I think Lazy and Brandon might be okay to ID. Because Brandon's going to get their win percentage bumped pretty good. But all these others, you probably just play it out.
Yeah. We've got one idea. I'll go take care of that in a second. I'm just trying to find who we want. Swift Arrow is asking for an ID. Future Hands against Bolt Up, who's playing Charizard. So many. Popular King is against Light, but that doesn't look like it's happening. Jam is playing against Arceus stuff. Lazy hasn't checked in yet. Yeah, Bolt Up and there's a couple IDs coming through. I'm going to get them real quick. I wouldn't. I think our best option is, if I can get them real quick, is to go with the same matchup, the same person we had last round, which was MVP.
Yeah. I think that's also, not the worst.
I'm going to just see if he can or not. I'm just asking right now. I know I'm a little late, but we need to get something that's not Jam.
Yeah, and we didn't see, we saw, like 3 turns of the Dino deck, so.
This should take more because it's against Lost Zone, and they are both trying to make cut. Nebulum, thank you for the follow. So we'll have that game set up just in a moment, momentarily. They were still setting up as it was. So Lazy checked in, they got their thing. So I will go. Got it. Just making sure the names are getting set up correct. Then I will go and give all the IDs who are asking for IDs or IDs.
All right, so while Doom's letting all the people who are IDing get it together, we've got mulligans on both sides, but then an extra one for the Moon player. They will be starting Moon. I'm starting Moon again. I don't know what you necessarily want to start in this one, because like Cram and everything. But yeah, we'll just see how this goes. We've got a little bit of a setup going with one sparse, and I assume grabbing a baby Moon.
Well, when I went down to get the water, I also grabbed Starburst jelly beans. You have like another week or two. You got another week or two to get like the really good Easter ones, and then they'll start like what's the word I'm looking for? Where they become bad, like what happens with your bread.
Oh yeah, go stale.
Yeah, because they'll just sit there, but they don't go bad. They just go stale. They get hard to chew. But yeah, like this will be interesting because they do give them the Artisan, but the Roaring Moon EX here can eat a hit or two, and it can knock that off. So we'll see what they do. And surprisingly, the Greninja can come into play, considering the Dunsparces are easy to KO, and they're trying to be their draw engine.
Yeah, and so this Lost Box list does have its own Roaring Moon. This is the one with the Hoopa EX. It has Iron Hands, Mew EX, as well as Iron Bundle. So lots of little interesting things going on. The Iron Hands could come into play pretty big. If it can, grab one of the Dunsparce. Or even force Roaring Moon to potentially knock itself out to take it out.
How does Lost Box always have it? They don't have Battle VIP Pass anymore, and they're still getting set up. Again, I hate April.
Yeah. All right. So we spit on the baby moon.
Or baby moon getting spit on. Ooh. Okay, now the questions what you do here.
Yeah, I think you just
attach pass.
Yeah, I think you attach to the EX and call it a sad turn.
Womp womp. Okay, another thing is I don't mind them putting it on the active because it does allow you to dark patch. And you do get free retreat with the Dunsparks.
True.
Also, I will keep, again, I am updating standings as we go. So currently, David Lugo is in, King Heracross is in, Blazy is in, Brendan J has a good chance of being in, Bolt Up has a good chance of being in, and Swift Arrow took the ID as well. And everything else up there gets, excuse my French, fucky.
Yeah, I think Swift Arrow is just already out of it.
There's a possibility. But, I mean, also, if you're just tired and you're just like, I'll do it, it's all fine.
Hello there.
Hello there, everyone coming in from Hazy Cat's stream. I'm Senior Doom tournament organizer and chronically 30-second delayed announcer. We are currently watching Roaring Moon versus Lost Box as we do see the poor Dunsparce get KO'd. And the Roaring Moon's just not having it right now.
Easy Cats, how's the Nuzlocke going?
Again, we are on a 30-second delay, so we'll try our best to do whatever we can. And also, if you're not following Hazy Cats, please go give them a follow. They're a fun streamer to watch. Also a fun PCG player, and it sounds like I miss them playing Nuzlocke recently. And I love watching Nuzlocks because it's pain. That is all Nuzlocks are. Pain. I tried it once on stream here like 2 years ago. And it was, it did not go well. About as well as this game for the Roaring Moon's going right now.
Yeah, and they can't even Roxanne.
I had it where he had redemption.
I've tried Nuzlocks. Yeah, and they just always end up going terribly, and I quit. I like watching them a lot more than doing them myself.
Hey, we have an opportunity for a KO here. If we frenzy gouge. Oh my god. What's up, Electabuzz? XanderX96, thank you for the follow. Oh, Pokedubs. Yeah, you do end up learning a lot when you play it, like some of the system stuff, like, okay, this is how this works, and it just makes you go, wow, okay, I didn't realize how in-depth this game can be. We are Hazy Cats. Is a fan favorite player in the Tournament of Doom. Every chance we get, we were putting Hazy Cats on in the skateboard horses. New name 32. Thank you for the follow. I miss skateboard horses. Day Camp, do you miss the skateboard horses?
Yeah, that deck, when I first started, that deck frustrated the heck out of me. It's just like, it's drawing too many cards. It's doing so much damage. And yeah, I felt like I could never KO because they'd be like, oh, let me retreat. And it's just pain. It was.
Pain. So Hazy, which Nuzlocke are you doing? Are you doing just like a basic red blue Nuzlocke or a different one? Because like Gen 1 weakness chart, again, excuse my French, is fucky. Spit innocently. He's still alive, but he's gonna die. Get the artisan. Get the artisan. Just fire red. Okay, fire red a little bit different. They fixed some of the problems that were in the original red, because the original red has like even like the computer choices are really weird. Like you can look up speed runs on how you can beat it and like how you can like make the Dragonite never attack you. Like Lance's Dragonite will sit there and just keep buffing itself. Whereas the fire red is better. I played Leaf Green. I actually was around the. I'm an old man myself here, Day Camp. You can tell me, stop being an old man. When my first kid, when my Mrs. Doom was pregnant with my first kid, 14 years ago, I bought a used copy of Leaf Green on eBay for $15 and busted out my old Game Boy Advance I had since I was 15 and bought with my first ever paycheck from a job I was working, I think almost illegally. But I bought a Game Boy Advance that I had that for just as long. So that's what I did, and then I sold my Game Boy Advance a couple years ago. I kind of regret some of my old Game Boys and stuff, but I was trying to thin down my collection, and I'm actually looking to thin down my Transformers collection now. So if anybody knows who wants to buy any Transformers, send them my way. This Sable has gone.
Yeah, I have all my Pokemon games and little handheld systems, and I think if they release more of the old ones on Switch, or like I guess Switch 2 if that ever comes out, that would convince me to sell some of them, but also just the nostalgia and the ability to go back and play them if I ever decide to still gets me.
I think I saved my original original red edition. It's not with my other old games right now, but I have what's called a memory box, like in my basement, that's like sealed with a whole bunch of stuff I want to keep for like ever. And so I think that's where it is. I might actually, now that I'm talking about it, I'm thinking about going down there and finding out. We could see our Roxanne this turn now.
Oh no. That's tragedy, Hazy Cats.
Yeah. Like now sitting here, I'm like, man, I had like 4 copies of red and like 3 copies of blue at one point. Because there'd be kids.
I still have my original crystal version that was like both my brothers and I's. He played it more because the older sibling who could do that easily.
Yeah, so I have that. I've got everything, all the gens past that as well, at least one of the games.
I do have, and I was working on a living dex as this should be game, I think. Gonna be close. A living dex of all the Pokemon on Pokemon Home, but I just never. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult to do. Especially considering, like, I know Pokemon Bank's still up there. I still have all my Sun and Moons. I still have Sun and Moon. I still have Ultra Sun and Moon. I still have not Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. So there's like older ones I can get from there. I already have, anyways. Then I have Sword and Shield. I have Scarlet Violet. So I can go from there.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I know it would take effort and everything on Pokemon's part, but I think if they just re-release, those games on Switch, and then just like let them be connected to home, like it would make people happy for so long. I think they could get away with putting out a rushed game if they connected home to, like, Pokemon Crystal can send things to Pokemon Home. Because, I mean, if they're all on Switch, that's probably easier to, like, authenticate things and everything.
Yeah, because we're almost to the point now where we can't get Gen 1s into the new generations.
Yeah.
Well, if they just need a Psychic Energy, and that should, yeah, that's enough right there. It is.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, Hazy. I'm wondering too if it's part of its, Switch has been out a while, so they might be gearing up for, I don't know, Switch 2 or whatever they want to call it. And maybe then. But yeah, it would be probably not terribly hard since they've already done, they have like the 64, they have the Game Boy things.
So yeah, I don't know if it's terribly hard or what the reasoning behind it is. It's, I don't want to say weird, but it's like, why not? Like, they did so much with the 3DS, and then it's just like, okay, why not with the Switch? Unless there's a reason Pokemon Company itself doesn't want to, because that's actually the one thing a lot of people forget is Game Freak and Nintendo own Pokemon Company, and I think there's a third one. I think Creatures as well. Like 3 companies own it, and so it makes like doing things extremely hard.
Yeah.
So. Setting up. We are just waiting as we have most of our cut here set up. It would be as much as we want it to be like that. Yeah, why release X, Y, when we could just make Palkia, Zaza, or whatever. I'm assuming they have to all come in agreement, and someone is not wanting to. So looking right now, MVP Swift Arrow is still in.
Did they release some of the older games on
Game Boy,
Switch?
I mean the older Pokemon games.
Yeah.
No, they are only available on the 3DS, which you can't even buy them anymore.
Yeah. So, because I know at least with like the first 2, maybe 3 gens, there's the thing of like they'd have to change the
what's it called? The gambling.
Yeah.
Since you can't have that. So I mean, that could come into play. But yeah. Crazy Cats, thanks for stopping by.
Always appreciate it.
Give me 1 second.
So I think, Dairyman and Sync are playing it out. That means from what it looks like, 1611 is getting bound.
Yeah. So sadly, Swift Arrow looks to be on the chopping block, even if the game goes to a natural tie. Both our 6-1s have better resistance.
But that's the risk you take. I still bring it up. My first League Cup back, where I took second in like a 60+ man tournament. I ID'd into top 8. Person who ID'd with me came to me and asked for ID. Knew who they had played. I was keeping track of everything. I knew their opponent win percentage was crap. Mine was good because I had been like everyone who was going to cut essentially. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm fine. And he asked me for the ID. And I said, yeah. He goes, all right, see you in top 8. And then when it came out, he was 10th. I'm like, you risky ID there, buddy. Not my problem. The thing is, I also had a favorable matchup, so I think he wanted to try to dodge that anyways.
Yeah. The first time I did well in an online tournament might have been one of the Tournament of Dooms, one of the first ones, and I had to have the opponent, they like asked for an ID, and I was just like, what in the world is that? And had to have, like, luckily they explained it, and also they explained how the tiebreakers worked too, and like why IDing was a good idea for us. And then and I was like, oh, this is cool, sweet, I'm in. And it's always nice to have somebody be a good person about it, because I was like, my ID is on the page, it's day camp.
Yeah, it's like, I'll even talk about this. One of the earliest, my earliest League Cups. I was on a streak of winning League Cups. I was winning all of them in the area. I had a guy come up to me and pressure me into driving to him in the top 8. And I took it at the time. He's like, I really need this thing in the worlds. You don't want to make a guy not make worlds, right? Like, used all that. And like, I was still kind of ignorant at the time, even though I was in my 30s. Like, I just came back to the game. I wasn't playing competitive. I was still like having trouble sleeping with my kids. Sleepy dad. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, no, I feel bad about it. As long as you play me in a friendly, right? Like, all right, I beat him in friendly, destroyed him. I would have favorable matchups throughout. I would have another league. It would have been like my 5th in a row. Pissed me off. Like, I haven't had a League Cup win since COVID started, but I've only played like 2 or 3 League Cups since post COVID. This was, I was playing like every weekend. And it just made me mad because like I could have won, and this guy, I realized later, like, he played me. Yeah, 100% played me. I don't even think the guy plays anymore. I think he actually got banned for trying to bribe people. Yeah, we actually have one player who everyone's warning about here in the Seattle area. I'm trying to remember his name, but he played in Vancouver. He's been banned from all the stores in Vancouver. He hasn't been banned straight up. So he's coming down to the Seattle area now, and he's playing there. And this guy, he'll professor for 10. Or he'll take mulligans and he'll take 8 mulligans or whatever. He just has these huge hands all of a sudden. You're like, how do you have so many cards in hand?
Yeah, that's. It's just not worth it.
Yeah. So New Name does ask, what decks are we enjoying right now? Well, I'm enjoying Charizard, which sadly there's only, it looks like one Charizard making it tonight. But I'm also like, I'll show it here. This is the basic Charizard list out there. There's nothing big about this Charizard list that isn't in every Charizard list right now. Certain variations. But the other one I'm enjoying was the one we had on stream just a moment ago. This one, Rory Moon Dun Sparse. I always sat here, I'm like, I hate Rory Moon. And then I start playing this one, I'm like, Dun Sparse, you're fun. Which, let me go back to the standings real quick. Also, make sure that's loading. What about you, Daycamp?
Yeah, I've been just kind of playing a little bit of a lot lately. I mean, I really like Dialga Matang. I feel like when Astral Radiance came out, that's when I had finally kind of gotten my footing and felt a little more competent in playing the game, and then I was so excited for Dialga to come out. I remember in the old Pokemon Online trading, I pulled almost a playset's worth of Palkias right away and just traded them all to get Dialgas. So I'm really excited that that's finally really paying off. I've played some Qian Pao lately just to see how it is, and it's still it's fun when it runs, but it's not enjoyable that often.
My brother's been playing it, and he calls it the ultimate high roll deck.
Yeah, it really feels unbeatable, or you can't lose if you set everything up nicely, but you know, they take out your Baxcalibur, or your one, like you get one Frigibax down instead of 2, and everything feels terrible. Yeah,
that's what my brother was talking about. He did say Cypher Maniac's code breaking, which almost doesn't fit. Actually, if I remember right, they do actually have a thing for this. They will make the font smaller. Setup. He calls it stacking the deck, legally stacking the deck. I'm like, you remember when we played? Oh my god, I forgot the name of it now. Mallow. He's like, yeah, it's just Mallow. It's just a future version of Mallow.
Yeah,
oh, Mallow cards are worth so much. BB Racing. How much is Mallow is worth right now? I know Mallow Alana is worth a good deal. Oh, finished up. But yeah, Mallow, same thing. Search your deck for 2 cards, shuffle, put it on top in any order. Zoroark trade. Boom. Get
Zoro V-Star is always just solid. It's not game breaking, but it also usually can get itself together enough to play games.
All right, so we do have our round finished. I'm going to set up the next phase here shortly. We're just going to make sure what our top 8 is. Top 8 is David Lugo with Baxcalibur, Dairyman17 with Charizard, Respect, Reed Tupac with the Lost Zone Box, Austin Davis with Blocklax, King Heracross with Pigeon Control. They get to play each other. That's hilarious. Blazy36 with the Lugia, Brandon J with the Arceus Vulpix, and Bolt Up with the Charizard. Surprisingly, Brandon J gets probably the best matchup they wanted. So this is going to be an interesting top cut. So up next phase.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
Taking a look at things, the controls hitting each other is great for just about, honestly, like half the decks in Top Cut. As well as Lugia and Lost Box hitting each other
also feels pretty good for the control players, because those are probably both two of the roughest matchups. So yeah, I think we are going to have a very interesting one. We'll get a nice Charizard Chien-Pao, which is it feels favored towards Pao if it sets up, but otherwise Charizard.
Charizard can get aggressive though now. That has changed the whole dynamic.
Yeah, and the Ult Up does have Eerie in here, and a TM Devo, so that's going to definitely help them out.
Lugo and Bolt Up are going to hate. They're going to get a control deck in top 4. So I've reached out to all tables about streaming. Whoever shows up first will get on. So
BB Racing, thank you for playing and being part of the stream.
I always find it funny as my guest hosts are like way better at like pimping out my stream than I am.
It's just part of the guest hosting job.
We do have Jay Bennett setting up. King Heracross said they can stream. That's a possibility. I'm surprised Blazy. Oh. Dairyman just scoop.
Do they? Let's see.
They got against Brandon J. There's just no way it's almost an auto loss.
Yeah, there's.
So that matchup's already done.
Well, interesting. They do have TM. They're also playing.
Were they playing the TM Devo?
Yeah, so they technically could have.
There's a possibility.
Yeah. You would have to Devo, KO Vulpix, and hope
for the best.
But depending on, time of day and everything, sometimes it's best to just say, yeah, I'm good.
So we'll put Blazy and Respect on first, just because I think that might be the best matchup. But we do also have King Heracross streaming, and I'm trying to figure out which one Jay Bennett is. So we will possibly have them as a possibility too. So even if you're not on stream right now, please keep your screen shared, because we don't know how fast some of these matches will go.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Jay Bennett is Bolt Up.
That's my idea. So again, we have those as possibility of matches. And like, and we can jump to all three like we've had before, where we've had all three. And also, I forgot, I have a new thing I can do with this is with by the names we can put. Just go 0 0. So there we go. Now we know how many games they've lost. And then it looks like Austin as well. Again, if we don't even have you on at the moment, we can always jump to. We've had it before where we can jump between games. That's actually how we had the finals of the Regional of Doom, where we had both sides, but both sides were friends with each other. Oh wow, what a good great ball there. So the fact is you don't have anything else. They promised they wouldn't cheat off each other, and it didn't seem like they did. They actually both like almost through the game like 3 times. MVP Prodigy, thank you for the follow. And again, also thank you for being able to stream your games tonight.
All right, a pretty rough start for Lugia. I always just assume Cramorant is attacking turn 1 going second.
Always assume.
So little Chinchilla won't be able to call for anything.
Milk, that is actually the funniest thing, is like future hands, if they tech in or for Zard, it becomes a better matchup for them. But if they don't, it's just game. They just don't win. Like, oops, I powered up the Zard after 2 prizes. I can't Oko it.
That's just how teching goes. Whatever you tech for is what you won't hit.
Yeah, here it goes. It looks like they're going to get the turn 1 attack off here. And they're sitting on absolutely zero Archeops right now. Now here's the question. Do you think Zard wins EUIC, which actually starts up here in about an hour, isn't it?
Yeah. One, just a difficult choice because you can. Question is, do you get rid of the second chops?
Or do you Iono and pray?
Looks like the second option. I think that's probably correct.
Ooh, this is difficult.
But it does stink.
You can suddenly start here. You're down. You can put a Minccino back, obviously. Actually, if you had Minccino in the discard, you could put the Minccino on the bench. Yeah, I think it's actually the right move here is to attack with Snorlax.
Yeah, Milk. I think, I don't know, after seeing Azul play Tina, I'm kind of sold on Tina. It seems like there's a decent amount of players, with good players playing it. I really think it'll come down to cut. If there's a lot of Zard cut, or really if there's not much Lugia and Tina, I think control either a Blocklax or a Pidgeys type thing, I still think just has such a strong chance to just kind of run through things. But if, Lugia or Tina really start going to the top tables, then that'll affect things. But we've got a 1st through 8th. Let's go, Milk. I love the bold predictions.
Yeah. Lugia Goldingo. All right, the biggest issue Lugia has right now is what we're seeing this round is getting the double Archeops in there. It has so much energy in the deck, it can just falter, just falls over. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, that is true. New name. Tinas love to prize terribly. I do think I'm curious to see what top tier players brought Lugia.
Yeah, because we don't really have a way of getting reports on it other than by word of mouth right now.
Yeah, and it seems like quite a few went with Zard and Tina were the 2 big choices. Um, and then obviously there's other big names out there that stuck with like you have Cremasoli, who is just, I think, might be the best control player right now. Who's probably, I think, playing control again. So like control, there's a couple good players on Gardevoir that did well. So honestly, I think those two Lugias might end up being replaced by or by at least one Gardevoir. But we'll see. All right, question for chat. Do you think any of the, I think there was just only a handful, but did any Neo Upper Energies make day 2? Or did any of them get even points? All right, Lugia's starting to roll here.
So I'm also eating jelly beans because jelly beans are delicious.
Yeah. Yeah, while we were talking about EUIC and, does Lugia have the potential? It's, therapeutic and Snorlax just taking down birds and flowers.
I would have liked to see the Radiant Greninja get KO'd here because we're going to see double damage to the Archeops and the Chinchino. And that's going to set up the Sableye to take 2 prizes a lot easier. See, there's a Sableye. Like he evolved the Chinchino correctly, but he went after the Sableye, the flower that had, well, nothing on it. You gotta at least put another energy onto the Lugia now. Actually, does Mist Energy not be affected by Sableye? I don't think it does, right?
Let's check our wording on Mist Energy. Prevent all effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to the Pokemon this card is attached to.
I don't think that's an effective attack. It can't stop Sableye. Okay. I'm actually going to double check that with the compendium, but I believe that.
Yeah, it's Milk. I like to joke that the reason Azul started trash talking Raging Bolt is that way he could pivot to Tina. So it's like, oh, Tina got better or became a better play.
Iron Hands. They're going to find out here. Watch. They're going to find out, oh, it doesn't work on those two. Unless they play the Temple of Sinnoh.
And then Sandy, I would guess not.
They play the Temple of Sinnoh?
No Temple of Sinnoh for Lost Box.
Ooh, they're going to find out right here. I haven't seen more playing
Sandy,
Temple.
I would bet it's actually I would bet maybe one of each. One Neo Upper and one No A-Spec in day 2.
There you go. He's going to put the energy on there, and he's going to put the stuff on there, and he's going to find out it's just Jirachi. Yeah, don't play Temple, so the Lost Zone does not play Temple. They might have just realized it, and they're putting all their damage on the Lugia. Yep. Nope. They just realized it. Now that Lugia's within range of that Iron Hands, though. What? It doesn't work. All right, so they're just looking for a boss's orders, which they should have in deck. I think they still have. They used one earlier. Possibly KO that Iron Hands. They used the Mirage Gate to get to put it onto the Iron Hands, and now they're sitting there going like, okay, what? They can even go after the Lugia and get 3 prizes, but it still doesn't. Yeah, there's like 275 players. There's going to be people who made day 2 don't even make top 256. Go sack it. Did you see the thing with Sackett?
Didn't ID.
Yeah, didn't ID. Everyone ID'd around him. And like, it's massive. Like, if you actually look at it, there's a lot of people around him who all ID'd and he didn't. And now he's in a better spot going to day 2 than all those other players.
Yeah, it was there was 4 total IDs for this bajillion players for matches that could have. I don't know if it actually affected Pram's decision, but I did see he had put a Twitter poll of like, do I play or like ID, and play it out won by a lot. And he did play it out and win.
Seller, I don't own an ace back. At least not yet. It's still in the mail. I ordered it like 2 days ago.
See, and that's what I'm assuming. ID is intentional draw new name. So you can, if you and your opponent both agree, you can take a tie. And so a lot of times 6, 2, and 1 is the record you need to make day 2 at big events. And so people will get to,
or some people want to go to like dinner earlier.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. So it's purposely taking a tie. And usually it happens to like guarantee some result, like making the second day of an event.
So like Azul and Vinny Fernandez both took an ID, probably to go get dinner. They're both 7-1. They're in good spots going tomorrow anyways. But they had some people like Nathan Ginsburg beat up poor Robin Schultz. Poor Robin. Or Cal Connor played it out as 7-0-1 and lost 7-1-1. Tor Reckliv 8-0-1. He's cruising. Okay, now you want me to get Cheetos.
Yeah, I'll mute my microphone for a second while I open the bag.
And there's just a lot of people IDing at that. Like 513s don't even make it, and they ID. You know what? I wonder if they got a natural tie. They didn't ID.
For which one?
Johan Barsazek or something, and Alexander Rudowitz. They're 513, both of them, and I'm wondering if they already had 2 other ties. I'm assuming they're just natural. No idea what Tort's playing, at least not yet. There's game 1. Lazy taking the game
70
1.
is such an insane number for a multiplier.
I know. It's not something you see ever. Forever. Wait. So we'll move into game 2 here. As Respect going up against Blazy. I don't think we have any other games that have had any other movement yet. Let me check. Other than the one complete drop. Austin Davis is up 1-0 over King Heracross. Bolt Up 24 is up 1-0 over David Luga. So everything's in game 2. Tor's playing Rapid Strike box without all the Rapid Strike stuff. He's like, watch me win this. I'm seeing how long people are still playing. I saw that someone was 1-8 and they got the bye.
Milk, I would say that the baby moon might be better long run. Just into everything. But the turbo Iron Hands, like future Iron Hands, in certain metas is just ridiculous.
I play Moon because I like go burr. You gotta play it with dun sparse, so I can be like dun sparse. Plus, also, I spent more time trying to hunt down Aurora Moon shiny than any of the other ancient ones, and so I'm sure as hell gonna play that card. He is the worst to try to shiny hunt, and then someone found like a bug for it, and you can shiny hunt it easier now. Hey, we got the Lugia.
That's cool. Sandy Beach, just like what Stellar said, Tord mostly plays either just the most consistent version of a list or just the jankiest one of teched out versions.
And he's doing that just to prove a point, it seems like. Because he had all the weird slow play accusations going around. And so like he plays like the weirdest deck, or there was also accusations like he wasn't a good player. And some other stuff. So he's like plays the weirdest, jankiest deck and just kills. Man cannot lose. What's up, Animal Crackers? Did they just draw pass? Oh my god.
Oof, I think the Lost Box Magic
It's dying.
is... Yeah.
Do you have one in the discard right now? Is it just worth doing it? Because you can take a KO here and be 2 prizes up. What's up, Cash? Dude. It's Verse. Thank you for the follow as well.
I wonder if they had just gone for another just read the wind. Would have been fine, to be honest.
Yeah, like right after they dropped that. But if they have what? 2 in the lost zone off a cold. No, it's not even that. I think that's just 1 off the lost vacuum. Day Camp 22 is casting with me. He's one of the OG Doom players. And also sub to my channel because yes, it's like fairies. You're supposed to clap to save them, you know? Subbing to Senior Doom's channel saves your favorite deck. Or alternatively, buy stuff from Doom from one of our sponsors. Which I haven't done a sponsor.
Sponsors, you say?
Yes, I haven't done a sponsor shout out today. I actually have 3 sponsors now that are full time, and one of them actually I'll bring with an announcement of it too. First, we have tabletopvillage.com. Tabletop Village, located in Seattle, Washington, in the International District near Lumen Field, is one of the best Pokemon product places you can ever find. Brian and his team have a large selection of both sealed and singles you'll ever find. Amazing selection. Doom-gaming.com is fan-made TCG accessories that is including playmats, tokens, t-shirts, other items which you can order from doom-gaming.com. Also, if you use code DOOM5 at Tabletop Village, you can save 5%. use code DOOMED with an exclamation point, DOOMED, exclamation point, and you save 10% off your Doomed gaming order. And then our newest one is Matoba. Matoba Design, Detective Agency, and TCG Seller. Yes, they are all three. Don't ask me how they became all three. They haven't told me the full story yet, but they are our latest sponsor. They're going to actually start giving us some physical pricing, more physical pricing to give out, which I will probably send out on a monthly basis. So we're talking like mostly older promos and stuff like that, what they'll get their hands on, because we get some of the new stuff's harder to get, and we'll start giving out some more physical pricing on top of everything else because we can't do money. We can never do money.
Nice. Let's see. Cash, how's it going? Good to see ya.
Cash is another OG.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. Milk, to answer your question, I guess for IRL, I don't go for max rarity. I usually will try and do full art supporters. Just because they look nice, and then the gold stadiums because they look nice, and then everything else is just either whatever I pull from like pre-release stuff or whatever is easy to buy. So yeah, so usually I guess the deck being good, but I usually try and get, you know, playables of a lot of stuff, so I have options. But I'll usually max rarity out things. And yeah, you can't do money because there's different laws in all the states that make money difficult, and with children playing this game, it makes it difficult.
Exactly. Like you can't, like kids cannot play card games for money. Like what they get from Pokemon for winning, if I remember correctly, is always a scholarship. Always a scholarship. So we can't do the same thing. Like I would have to be able to find like waivers and other things, and it's just too much of an issue. They can win store credit. So if we had a sponsor who wanted to do store credit, they could. And the other thing is, like I've discussed with multiple sponsors and different people about doing paid-in money events. There's just too many issues with that because like people have gotten so used to playing for free. There was a time back when COVID started and PTCGO was the thing. You would pay like 2 to 3 packs to play in a tournament. You had to pay in, and they're like, that's for the pricing and the judges and stuff. And then people started getting actual legit sponsors with codes, and then they became free. And then when I started running, by then free was the standard. You had to do free. There was even a tournament, a late night tournament, where they gave everyone, it was like a shiny Crobat code. Everyone got one. And they had like 600 players that night.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Because everyone showed up for it. You had to play so many rounds. And it was like 2 rounds. So everyone like played 2 rounds. And that was it. I'm actually just trying to look it up real quick. I played it.
Yeah, and like gambling things is also why the Pokemon games don't have the casinos in them anymore, or game corners, because I think it was the US especially was like, oh, gambling in a game, even in a video game, that's going to have to be rated T for teen, and so that's why they switched to Voltorb Flip and then to just kind of nothing.
Exactly. I'm looking at some of my tournaments. Man, I had some really bad tournament streaks there for a while. Sunday Open.
We're also seeing, for those of you watching the game, just Lugia not being able to be KO'd because of, looks like I think there's a missed energy. I don't know if there's a missed energy on there or not. But yeah, just nothing going for the poor Lost Box player to get them back into this game.
And they gave out a tropical beach, or one of them is surprising. They had 320 players. Like the chills and the hexters back in the day. My God, I'm going through like 2021. I have a lot of bad placements of some of them. There was 3 Dragon Pulse for every player. Chill Series number 41. 842 players.
Sheesh.
Like the Chill Series used to be it. Crobat Special, 750 players. Ursafu Cinccino. Oh, that was back when it was the other Cinccino. The trade Cinccino. Okay. How the hell did I play that? I mean, I had a couple good tournaments. I also have some bad O2 drops. I have a tendency to drop when I'm out. So it's like, oh, the Crobat Special, I went 3-3. If I played it out, I could have had better placing. It's just like, I had other things to do, so I just didn't play.
Yeah. You see the concede here, so Lugia moving on.
Easy.
Stellar, I have, I think still my only win is just a Tournament of Doom win. I've got a decent amount of seconds and top 4s, but...
All right, we're going to go see how what Jay Bennett's game is going. Which this is the bolt up. This is the non what's the word I'm looking for here? Stall matchup.
Yep.
Which technically one of the stall players can attack and the other one can't. This one's actually tied 1-1.
Yeah, Blazy, really allergic to double Archeops that set.
But it didn't stop you. You still just ended up winning.
And yeah, Stellar, it's the tournament I cared about winning more. So it worked out.
I have a couple wins and different things. Like I've won Sunnies like 2 or 3 times. Bunch of like middling ones. Yeah, there was a while there I was like doing really well in Sunnies when I was able to play Sunnies. Single strike box, Jolteon and Teleon. Oh my God. Arceus. Mysterious Master Ball Tournament number 1. I went 9-1 with Duraludon. Straight Duraludon.
Dang.
And that was before it was organized by the Shuffle Squad. This is when they were called like the Synthwave Mafia. This is like the pre late night. Oh shit. Alpacas was in that. Did I beat Alpacas? Yeah, I did. I beat Alpacas in his Jolteon Inteleon deck. And I beat Darkbox and Inteleon to win. What is the deck list on that? Duraludon VMAX and Zacian V. That was it. With 4 Adventures Discoveries, 4 Research, 4 Boss, 3 Averys, 2 Raihands, a couple Team Yellowtails, and Crushing Hammer with Big Charm and Crystal Cave. Oh my god, I remember that. That was hilarious.
I feel like there was one. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah. In the Air Glows Wednesday. Don't know if that tournament still happens. But I remember I beat Blocklax way before it was popular. Like, this is Astral Radiance, I think, format. And went 5-1, and I assumed that because I beat the other, like, one of the other good players, that I was like, I should get first. And then that's when I really learned about resistance and everything. And was so mad because I beat the person who got first, and I think the person who ended up in second. But because of resistance, I got third.
I had the last time I played in an online tournament was November 8th, 2023. I went 1-2 drop with Entei Valiant. That's how long it's been since I've played in an online tournament. Charizard, does he have the belt? Oh, assuming that's what I talked about. If Charizard can go aggro against Shin Pao, he's already set up and he's in a very good spot.
Yeah. Besides, before I got the win in the Tournament of Doom, I had gotten, let's see, 3. Yeah, 3 third places and a second place.
Heracross and Austin Davis are now split at a 1-1. So I'm looking at it. I also remember one of my favorite wins was the Glimwood Challenge number 6, when Floaty Cast was really big in the community and doing stuff. It was like Impipimps and stuff like that. He did online streaming, he did some tournaments. He had like a mini feud with RPD's Rats, the testing group I'm part of, KDR. We're mostly just Discord fun guys, where one of us won like all his tournaments. It was either Azul, it was me. I think Bello Magikarp won one when he was still playing online tournaments before he had a kid. Yes, we'll do that to you. Like, we just kept winning. We're like, we own this tournament to the point he stopped. One of Raichu V. I thought, for some reason, I thought Raichu V rotated, but it didn't. All right, now here's the question. What do you go after here? You have a free boss. Do you go after the draw engine with the Bibarel, or do you go after the Baxcalibur?
I think you take the backs because, well,
If they didn't have a second Frigibax out, I would 100% say the backs without a doubt.
Yeah, but I actually think 3-card hand, you might as well take out the barrel. And yeah, they have no damage in play to like Greninja or anything.
Andy Gatner just redeemed random fact as well, so we do have to bring that up. Here's a random fact. Crap. I usually think about this.
So, random fact for you. Most species of birds can't move their eyes. They have bones called the sclerotic ring that hold them in place. And that's why so many birds can turn their heads so far around. So it's because that's the only way they can look, more than just straight in front of them.
Wow. Here's a fact. Don't spend Pokestop ever. I'm trying to think of an art fact. The more you practice art, the better you get. As long as you go in with thoughts about how you want to practice it. You're going to give the other fridge backs. This makes me feel like they're trying to protect the Baxcalibur here. I would go after the Baxcalibur here. You have to go after the backs now.
Yeah, I agree.
I've been playing Palpad in my Charizard, and it seems to help a little bit. And that might be too greedy, because I'm also looking at possibly playing a 7th Fire Energy just for stall matchups, but stall is less than 2%.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a fun...
Yeah, being a bird would not be great.
No.
Being anything not a human, animal-wise, not great.
Okay, there's a here's another fact. Andy Warhol was actually a member of the Men in Black. He was an undercover agent. That's just me watching too much movies lately. Oh, here's actually a fact. The Death Star trench sequence in Star Wars, when they're flying across the surface, most of the things that make up the surface of the Death Star was, first off, it was just parts they randomly found. A lot of it was board game parts that they had spray painted silver. So stuff like Battleship, like Electronic Battleship, and stuff from just various board games, like just random whatever pieces, like, and like plastic containers, whatever they could find, and they just threw it on there. If it looks like it could be a building, part of a building, they threw it on. And that's actually like a great way about making props and miniatures, is you never know what will work. As we do see, the Charizard take the win here. We'll go ahead and update the standings here, as we are just waiting on one last match, and we do have access to that match. Let's go check it out. Yeah, miniatures and prop making, some of the most random stuff you will ever find. 100%.
It makes me think of I can't remember the actual name for the job, but it's just the sound effects people.
Just 1 second here. You're talking about the sound effects people who do like popping with like coconuts?
Yep.
That is probably one of the best jokes is in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they couldn't afford horses. So,
Yeah.
so they just had people follow them, flopping with the coconuts. I'm making you watch this, Milk. It is your punishment. I am literally just going to turn the names off here for a second because I don't want to type.
Yeah. I mean,
it's Chi Yu versus Chi Yu here. It's
Yeah, but
Oh, actually attacking. Going for the prizes.
I think that's what they have to do. Ooh, that's a good hit.
That's a big hit. I mean, they can hit him again here. Flame Surge. They can possibly take the prizes. It's the last game. They won one tied. I promise you, we'll try not to put Mill on.
But also, I mean, this one's a little more one-sided, but like two Pidgeot controls going against each other is actually a pretty good matchup to watch.
I'm guessing this is how they won the other games, was literally by sitting here and milling each other out. It's the last game we need. There we go. See, opponent conceded. So we'll watch Blazy and Brandon, and we'll let King Heracross and Bolt Up fight it out. And if we have to, we'll go watch them. So there you go, chat. We won't watch the stall thing.
To be fair, you know, what was Charizard doing against Chin Pao besides boss attack?
Boss attack. What they did in round, our next round. Here we go. Got Brandon J. He's the top player. 0. And also, I like to ask people, how do you feel about the new setup during games with how everything is laid out? It's like really difficult to lay out and make sure you have all your information. Is things doing well? Like, I just want to know, because I spent a lot of time on it today. I spent a lot of time actually doing like fixing up a lot of the graphics, the stream, and everything else. Now I got to work on new transition. Once we get going here, we will get the game going. Because we used to have one of the things I was always trying to make sure to fix is, like, people ask what round is it, what game is it, and like who's won what. And so I try to make sure that we have that information on stream night. Now, not the bracket and stuff on the game, the actual game stream. The bracket and stuff, like, I changed this so there's no longer frame around it. I added the round timer, which doesn't matter right now. The round timer doesn't matter, but having that available. I also added a gradient around the edges just to give it a little bit more dynamic. But I'm always trying to make it a better presentation, because, like, I could put myself on video. I could put me and Daycamp on video and have us, like, right here on the side the whole time. But I think people are here to see the game and not me.
Yeah. I think it's, and then me and maybe somebody wants to watch me eat Cheetos every once in a while, but I think that's not what you're really here for.
Exactly. I like the frameless look better myself as well. I kind of like the frame look for a while, but I went to the frameless because it just seemed better. I don't remember why. Like, I've done so many changes to this. This is like the 6th or 7th iteration. You know where I got inspiration for a lot of this was, I went into the Fortnite official streams and looked at how they presented information.
Yeah.
Full screen video, just talk to chat. I mean, I talk to chat most of the time anyways. They work on more fancy transitions. Let me make sure everyone's okay. They're both in. They're both going. Okay. Everybody's there. Everybody's doing their thing. What we should do is turn on episodes of Brooklyn Nine-Nine during stall rounds. There we go. Game's going. Milk Fortnite is actually a lot of fun. And I play it too often, so I like no build over build because build is just like build's like if you pair every round against Azul and he's playing his best games. And you're using a theme deck. Can we do a little bit of serious casting here, Daycamp?
Yeah, we can.
I'm just. I want to be like this. In the Pokemon TCG card game, when you flip a coin and it's tails with capturing aroma, you usually end up with a basic Pokemon. But when it's heads, you can get something like Archeop, which is crucial to Lugia V in the Pokemon trading card. I have completely ruined it already.
And ending your turn can happen by attacking, using a card that ends your turn, or just simply passing it over. As we see Lugia passes it over. Whoa.
Oh.
Hold up. Double Vulpix, Ultra Ball. What are they cooking?
They're not going to use Vulpix.
Yeah, because there can't be. Let's take a double check here. They do play one Super Rod. But I guess. No, because Noivern doesn't help you because energy's coming from Archeops.
How fast would I get banned from the Pokemon stream if I went in there and said that there's a better matchup going on my stream right now?
I think it depends how spicy they're feeling.
You hardly ban anyone unless you're Cash.
Okay. Do they have the V-Star?
And if you look at the Doom tournament logo, I did entirely rip off theirs intentionally. And this is hurting because they can't get the Archeops in there. If they can get Minchinos going, they're just going to blow everything up.
Luckily for Lugia, they don't have Choice Belt or anything. So they're at least safe from getting knocked out this turn. But yeah, I wonder, do you just give up 2 prizes to read the wind again?
It looped. Someone give Milk a sub. Get him out of the ads. Oh, the V-Guard energy came in play. I was like, why do you only hit for 150? I almost feel like you have to eat here. Oh yeah, with Jet Energy. Probably eat. sucks, but it gets you double Archeops. Probably. Yeah, so that's your best option here. Get some attacks. Just get the attacks. Are they still sitting? They're still sitting on their Starbirth, right? How many ads is Milk getting? This sounds like he's gotten like 6 ads. Oh, okay, you know what? It's 3 minutes of ads. Right.
I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom.
Daycamp22 gifted a tier 1 sub to Milk PTCG. They have given 6 gift subs in the channel.
There we go. Fixed that problem.
You didn't have to do that, Daycamp, but thank you. As one of the official casters of Doomco, you've secured your spot in staying a Doomco caster.
I feel like I didn't remind you to do, ad rolls enough. So got to get that cash money in there.
Do you want to? I'm gonna look it up. I want to know how much money I made running ads during the regional. And mind you, I averaged on day 1 like 60 viewers, and day 2 I averaged almost 200. I made.
Oh man, it's either gonna be like $2 or $20.
I made $9.69 on the Saturday.
Nice.
$9.54 on the Sunday. But here's the kicker. The first day of rotation when I streamed, I made $20 in ads.
Nice.
So, and then randomly on a Monday, I made 50 cents in ads on a random Monday. Right. I can tell you I make about streaming with subs and ads about 80 to $100 a month. I make that in 2 hours of work, if not less. Closer to maybe an hour and a half. So if that tells you something.
Yeah.
It tells you that streaming isn't worth it as a career. Being an art director is. Then I have kids, and kids take all your money.
Yeah, and I don't think streaming has a great healthcare plan either.
No. And that too, healthcare plans take up all your money. Are we going to see this Chinchino murder? This poor RCS here?
I think so, because I'm pretty sure they just put a bunch of energy just got put back in the deck. Go. It wing slapped.
What? That guy's. I just saw a play in a baseball game where a guy like missed the fly ball and it hit him in the head. Yeah.
remember, gosh, I don't know, probably in like middle school age. Um, my brother was playing baseball and like went to catch a fly ball and it got lost in the lights, and so it just got him right in the cheekbone. And I don't think it broke anything, but like for a week he had just the stitches from the baseball like imprinted and bruised into his face.
Oh yeah, you got to KO the Chinchino here. Yeah, no, that's gonna stay like that forever. Law Zone. Well, how did I get started as an art director? Well, first I went to college. Actually, yeah, I started off going to school for game design, specifically level design. And so I would sit there and I knew how to make levels, I knew how to make things function, stuff like that. And then what ended up happening, yeah, I think Lugia wins this. I got in as a production artist into game at Big Fish Games. And so I got in, it was like, cool, here we are. And originally I was just taking screenshots and doctoring them, mostly just fixing them up so they look nice for like the App Store, like play this game, put this frame around it, horrible stuff like that. I could possibly even find some of my old work still on the App Store, the games I've probably been on there for 12 years. But they found I had more of an aptitude, aptitude, I think is the word I'm looking for. Does that sound right, Daycam? Aptitude?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. For graphic design. And so I moved away from game design. I was doing more graphic, which has it shares a lot of similar stuff with level design. Level design is about making you look at certain things, making you look and be interested in certain things. Game design is about trying to make you go in certain directions and follow things or explore things. Like I could go forever about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, how even though it's an open world game, everything's designed in a way that it makes you go somewhere. So I did that. I got hired on at Amazon as just a straight up visual designer. I was doing illustration work for them for years, moved up to art director, moved up to a creative director, left Amazon under very horrible pretenses and other stuff that I can't legally talk about. After 8 years, did streaming and freelance work for a while, did my own thing. Now I work for T-Mobile as a senior art director, which is like a step back, but it's less people management and more just I get to design stuff. And I like designing stuff. And that's how you become one. And that's where we're at now. As King Heracross is also up 1-0 over Bolt Up 24. Aptitude. All right. That's how I ended up as one. And my dream job is still with Pokemon, and hopefully someday I get. They have a graphic designer job right now, but the problem is it's a 12-month contract to hire, and I cannot for the life of me go off insurance again. Not willingly.
Yep. Yeah. And even going on like during the pandemic when you could get on like Medicaid easier, it was almost more effort to get off of it or get them to take me off of it once I had a job that offered insurance again. So yeah, leaving a job with insurance never feels like a good idea.
Exactly.
All right, Lugia's cooking. Double chinchilla. Energy start. I mean, Jock in hand. I think you just hold.
Yeah, you got the Master Ball to get everything else you need. Yeah, I believe he had double Archeops in there, right? You have to, okay, I'll see your Starbirth. Starbirth here. You got to get a Starbirth and like hopefully another Mon and possibly go after one of the Minchinos. And Milk, I'd love to. I did their I did do the illustration contest. I'm usually against illustration contests, but they've hired a lot of the people in the illustration contest. So I treated it more as an interview than anything else.
Yeah. I mean, they just got the judge anyway. Or they got the Jacques anyway off that judge, but I think that was a smart judge by the Arc player because Lugia didn't use Read the Wind. It showed that they had nothing in their hand they felt they could get rid of.
We're going to see a huge KO here, and they get double set up. This is going to hurt because the double Chinchino setup means they're just taking it out.
Yeah, I really think that this Arceus just kind of folds to Lugia. And that seems true of most Arceus builds right now. Without something like Duraludon to round out the special energy attackers, Arceus just doesn't have a shot.
I actually knew that for a while. That's game. That's game. You just bring up the other Chinchino.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
And they just concede.
Yeah.
I guess technically, if all of their energy was in hand,
But that's not
they wouldn't
happening.
have been able.
So we are going to go check on the other game. We got both players streaming. They've got crabs. And it's not looking good here for the Charizard player, possibly. I'll have it up here in just a moment. I just fixing the screen. The most effective way I've found this matchup is you try to attack as much as you can with the baby Charizard. Blazy's unstoppable. Him and Jam, they just destroy it all. They ruined my tournaments.
Yeah, they've rigged the game. They've hacked live, but only to win Tournaments of Doom.
I don't remember who it was recently. It was one of the podcasts where there was someone saying that the RNG in live was way worse than IRL.
I mean, it's like machine generated random, so it's closer to true random than you can get IRL. So that's obviously going to affect things.
Counter catcher. There goes Lumi. He doesn't know he's got the Burrow hand, though. Well, is it rigged? I don't know. It's machine RNG is weird, and we could talk about this forever, and there's no right or wrong answer. The thing is, you play with the hands you have, and you just work with it. You can't attach that mist energy. Yeah, you gotta do the hard retreat here. Save. You're gonna lose energy. Sucks, but might as well grab it now. Ooh, actually I like this. I forgot there's another Sharon's Care artwork.
Yeah. And it's a very good Sharon's Care.
All right, let's see what they do here. Because, like, we could see this go into game 3. There's, like, every reason to go into game 3. Arvin, probably.
Counter catcher?
No, they're going to put the vest on. Here's the biggest issue I think you're going to run into now. Oh, okay, he has to mimic you. You have to get the energy, and you have to get a boss's orders. This is where I'm a fan of trying to attack with just Radiant Charizard the whole time.
Yeah, so I think...
You have to grab energy this turn.
Yeah, I think you just attach an energy... And then, honestly, you can even... Oh, they don't have a boss.
They have a pal pad. You could just Turo yourself, possibly. He showed the Charmeleon was in the on the second, and the other problem is it has the Defiance Vest.
Yeah, and
what you need is you need to get the Radiant Charizard out and use it as an attacker.
yeah.
Because you don't have any other outs, it seems. You could Heat Tackle, but Heat Tackle does 0.
I guess you heat tackle yourself. Till you die? I don't...
Actually, I'm not against that because then you can make them take up prizes.
Ooh, double tails. How many? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say we got rid of one Palpat off Erie.
So okay. We had the Erie. And now... Okay, so now he's got the Charmeleon. Like, I'm just trying to think what it is, because like even if Stall wins here, they come up against Blazy, and if you watch anything over the weekend, the regional, Lugia just ran over Control. It's like the worst matchup for Control. Do you have energy in the deck? Okay, it does.
You gotta use INO just to give them slightly less cards.
Bring out the Spirit Tomb.
But also love doing 10 damage.
Okay, if you still have the vacuum, you can do 10 vacuum game. But now you can also do that. Actually, Milk, they used to have that Lost Zone stadium where if your opponent has like 6 or more in like the loss zone, you can win. You can declare to win the game or something like that. I don't even remember what it was called. Now I gotta look it up.
There's also the
There's the penny. Reset the whole thing.
there's also the unknown from
All the hands unknown and stuff.
Lost Thunder. Yeah, that if you have 35 or more cards in your hand, you win the game.
That straight up got banned.
It's so funny.
That was mostly expanded. It got banned because you could 100%. But
And then there's also the damage one, that if there are 66 or more damage counters on your bench Pokemon, you win the game.
oh, they're showing recap. I was like, I went to the official stream for a moment. I'm like, what's Raikou Lost Box doing against Arceus Armor Rouge? Was Arceus Armor Rouge actually did well? I think it made day 2.
Yeah, Christian Lobella. I think I saw.
Reaper hands. Okay, so this is the issue. It's like Heracross could still lose, if only by by decking himself out accidentally.
Yeah, they've already double tails once on Silene, so I think I guess it depends if they have any more pal pads.
I wish we got dropped down. I was actually a little surprised for Temporal Forces they didn't give us drops like they did with Paradox Drift.
And it also seemed like a lot of drops didn't work super well.
You have to put 2 there and you have to put 1 there, but now how do you get the rest of it? This is rough. This feels like it's a slow descent into a loss. They got their game 1 win. If they somehow lose game 2, and this stands true for this as well, it will always go to prizes. I do prizes. The official Pokemon tournaments do prizes. It's the worst thing about playing a stall deck into best of 3. Yeah, this is why I think Palpad's good, because Palpad will allows you to put something back. This is semifinals of the Tournament of Doom right now. It's the last game going, and it feels they have the lock essentially. And the thing is, there's still King Heracross won game 1, and as long as he keeps playing, either you're going to time out or this is going to just be it.
Yeah.
And Now he's going
And
to chin you
now the
mill.
singeing begins.
You played your out, so you hope for the best. He's trying to keep as many cards in his deck as he can. I think the evolution here is the right move. And then, yeah, Iona yourself to further put more deck cards back in your deck. Because now you have 10 turns to not even 10 turns. So hopefully not get a KO and lose the game. Ooh, that hurts.
All right, let's see if Silene can get a heads. Oh.
Oh,
I think we still lose the race here. Yep. They played through it all. They got them to double tail Silene twice, but
in the end, it just wasn't enough. We'll watch from Blazy's side. 30-minute judge call after this. Yeah, again. You're not the one that has to deal with that. All right, give me 1 second here. And then everyone saying what's right, what's wrong, what's slow play, what's not. There we go. Blazy versus Lugia versus Pidgeot Control. So let's go ahead and update that. You can see the finals here. King Heracross. And more. What's up, Lazard? Like one of the hardest things, and this is usually we default when we try to make calls about slow play. We try to use video. But one of the things that we can do now is we can look at one of the logs and see how many moves you're actually doing a turn, and then look at how much time you have.
yeah.
Lazard, thank you for the follow.
I will say, if you ever do play a control deck in an online tournament, you should have the capability to stream, even if you don't stream every round. But the ability to just like go and pull it up, way you can just judge call, slow play, stream your match, and get things taken care of, is just a necessity.
Because one of the things that comes up is like, look at the time difference. The time difference can matter to a point, like what the deck is and what they're doing. That's why now we have that's the word I'm looking for here. When you run the dark side tourneys, yeah, like it usually ends. There's less judge calls as the night goes on, but one of the things I would require stream, or you give me the log and you give me a screenshot of the time. Like there was one today in chat that came up and on my Discord where it was like, oh hey, they can't even attack here. Whoa! Oh, but they can't do much either.
No, if they just ultra ball, that's Ultra Ball double turbo onto the Minccino.
Oh, that's just game there, isn't
that
it?
just yeah.
Yeah.
Do they know the math?
Do they see it?
I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom,
Don't.
doom, 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 doom.
What if they're a naturally slow player? That's what the game log's for. Lost thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to Doomco, a subsidiary of Doomco. Yes, we are a subsidiary of our own selves. That's how things work. We are as a first month employee of Doomco, you are now allowed to enter the building premises. You can get your badge in 5 weeks.
Right, but I'm doing that math right. If they had evolved and put double turbo,
That'd be 200.
yeah.
Yeah, if they had evolved double turbo, they had game. But yeah, like, again, going back to the slow play stuff, like it's easier when you can see it. It's a pain no matter what. Someone's always going to be mad. Someone's always going to want to be like, "Hey, I don't agree with you." Blah blah blah. It just all ends up like that. I think benching the fish was a bad sign though. You get a uniform at 3 months. Actually, no, you get a uniform right away. Once you're allowed access into the building, you go to the 3rd floor, take 3 lefts, and then you'll be at the uniforming place. It may look like a Ghostbusters uniform, but I swear to God, it's not.
Yes, for legal reasons, it is most definitely not a uniform of any franchise.
Well, okay, even wait, is it? Even if it's only 50 damage, that's still 200 damage. That KO'd the active.
Yeah. Yeah.
You master ball here. You get yourself an Archeops. You attach the jet energy to the active. Okay, I guess we're on the Minccino. Eat the hand. There we go. I'll never punish.
Just doing this in the most difficult way.
They probably didn't see it, but they see it now. The biggest issue they run into is the fish, but you can get rid of the fish with a collapsed stadium unless they put a block Snorlax or something else.
Yeah, let's see. They have one more jet.
Special roll for 260. Yeah, see, Milk got it right. You don't get to see the break room. And in the break room, you know what we got? TV and a microwave. Everybody likes TVs and microwaves. I've debated honestly about going and publicizing all the dumb chats that come through at a tournament.
Yeah, just like the things Pokemon players say.
Oh my god, yes. And like I've publicized some of them, the really bad ones, because those are people who need to be publicized, and they need to be people need to know about them. Like the person who did the 10 pages of sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Which earlier people were asking, what's Ford Reckleft playing? Well, he's on stream right now. And it looks like he's playing Charizard. I think. He has a Rotom at play. That's about it. I saw a Cleffa.
that got pointed out on Twitter and is still true right now. The Pokemon TCG is actually a higher viewer count than the VGC, both right now and during yesterday, which is cool.
Yeah, which is, I think part of it's the drops, which helps, but also we're in a new format, and new format stuff, especially the first tournament, really drawing.
Yep.
While I'm watching it, that seems to be what it is. He's playing the, yeah, he's just playing down. He's playing down a Pidgey. He's playing the Bieberl version, it looks like. The Bieberl Pidgey version. Well, get ready to see that one a lot. I'm going to play it. 400 damage. 400 big ones. I didn't even realize he's playing double fish.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, now is, I think, when you either Mawile or Snorlax trap the active.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put the fish active and trap if you can.
Now you're just... Oh, it's in charge. We don't have a Serena, do we? I can't toss the hand.
Yeah, you just gotta punch here.
Yeah.
That's gonna be, I mean, yeah, because you go down to 1.
Then it doesn't matter.
The jet.
They're going to try and get you with the Mawile, which I think it was their plan. They're maybe hoping that there's concession. Blazy, I told you. He wanted the control. Lugia loves control. It's like you can't stop. Control's like, yeah, I got rid of Tina. Tina's no longer my problem. And Lugia goes, cracks those giant ass hands of itself. And he's like, yeah. It's like, yo. Like, no.
Let's see. So, I mean, yeah, we took the scenic route and then got lost on a detour to get to this wind for Blazy, but it was never
in doubt.
Yeah.
I need to go buy the Illustrator Rare Cleffa right now. It's already jacking up in price.
I pulled that and the Alt-Art Ice Cube with the little like rocket ship looking one from a pre-release for the whichever set that was, and that's the best art pulls I've had ever by far.
I've pulled Alt-Art Zapdos. I was pulling all the best Illustrator rares out of the boxes I was getting. But
also let's see, what one LAIC Pidgeot EX hasn't won an international yet. So, because I know Chip and Azul talked about how Azul thought the Cleffa would be the more impactful. So if one of these Cleffazards wins, oh wait, I guess they all have the Pidgeot in them. Never mind. But they would have the same amount.
I always forget how much Pikachu Illustrator rares go for. I just saw one market price $20.50. I'm like, oh man, that's like in my secondary binder. I should probably take that out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm buying it. I've been wanting to buy the Cleffa anyways. I'm just gonna buy it now. Where everyone starts buying it out and the price jumps up. Do I do private commissions? Currently, no. I used to, but I just don't have the time anymore. like I have at least, it's gonna cost me $4.09. I should go to tabletopvillage.com. Actually, I don't know if tabletop has any. I'm just gonna buy it now. I have the national parks project I've been trying to work on. I need to start also doing the next iteration of the regional playmats, which that will be I'll actually spoiler it now. Armored Mewtwo and regular Mewtwo and shiny Mewtwo. So just like how we had Shadow Lugia, regular Lugia, and shiny Lugia, we'll get Mewtwo and that same kind of style as the shiny, as the Charizard and the Lugias, and it will be Mewtwo because I think people love Mewtwo, right?
Yeah, and Armored Mewtwo is just a classic pool Pokemon.
It's just rolling control here. Told you, Lugia just wants control.
You could say it's a special rolling control.
Oh. I actually thought this would last until like 3 in the morning or so. We're going to be done before 2 my time.
Yeah, I think the controls hitting each other and one of them being Pidgeot moved things along quite nicely.
That's the thing about top 8. You never know.
Then control hitting Zard.
He's like, here we go. And there it is. And he's just going to be like, jet energy. Or even just double turbo attach, retreat. Jigglypuff. Boss's orders top deck. Oh my god.
Build different.
Catch those. Bring up whatever the hell you feel like. I would actually bring up the Chi-Yu because you play Serena. You could get the run of me with that. Depends on how many bosses.
I was gonna say, do they? Yeah, because you can Ultra Ball or Fish, so it's really whatever you have left in deck. If you have a boss,
go with that. If not, you go with the else. They could also be trying to stop the Wigglytuff, but I mean, Tuff gets blown up too.
Yeah. Troll is certainly trying.
It's trying its best. If Emio's here, it's just a little guy. No, not the Chinchino. Goodbye, Blocklax. Did he just knock off his own? Oh my god. I was assuming he didn't mean to play that Lost Vacuum like that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but with that, Blazy. This is the second one, I believe, right? I want to say this is the second Doom tournament win, or is this first? But it is up there. Oh my god, he takes the win. Lugia takes his first tournament at Doom in a long time since like Silver Tempest format. In the tournament, that was quick. Control fought its way through, and then Lugia showed up and smacked it with those giant hands. I mean, this deck isn't much more different. Oh, he played 3 bosses, so yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, just so much there. I think he also
is that your first win?
I think it is. 4th final. I think I say 4th final, possibly first win. Maybe second win. I know he's been in the finals a few times. Like him and Jam just own this. And So with that, yeah, this is first win. He said 1-1. With that, we're gonna get ready. We're gonna raid the Pokemon TCG because I mean EUIC is going on. We'll be back next week. It'll be me and Emmy Stitch as like a mystery caster because she's in Orlando again. Day camp, thank you for being available tonight and being here. Anything you want to say before we leave?
Not really. Thanks for having me. You know, made it the entire way through, so feeling pretty good on that. You know, the Cheetos really were the secret to powering through.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks to everyone who could stream, especially, yeah, Blazy really carried us in stream games, and, you know, it paid off. So remember that, everyone, if you stream your games, you'll eventually win.
Yeah, and people who stream win. We didn't stream Mysterious Player, 1-2 drop. We stream him, he wins game round 3, and he continues playing 100%. So with that, again, we'll send you off to Pokemon. We're going to set up to the raid screen. Have fun with them, and we will see you next week.